Welcome to the SpearPillar Champion Tour number 2. Today we are on to day 2 for this tournament. And right next to me we have Townmaster. Hi Townmaster.
What's going on, Ducky? How we doing today? We got the top cut bracket. I'm so excited to see who wins it all today.
Yeah, between our 32 players in this day 2 with 5 more rounds going on, I am curious to see who is gonna take the prize pool of $100 with them in this tour. So, we have a match already queued up. It is gonna be Bertani against Octozuka here, and I'm really excited to see this because on one side we will have Alone Ninetales with Scizor and Gengar against, on the other side, Meganium, Charizard, and Aerodactyl. So, what do you think of those teams? Do you like a team particularly?
Well, at first glance, let's take a look at Bertani's team. You did mention that it has that Mega Meganium. We all know how Mega Meganium has been early in Regulation MA with the Mega Soul Weather Ball. Just getting that fire-type damage into something like a Scizor in the snow. That is incredible to think about. The fact that you can guarantee a way to knock out a Pokemon that only has one weakness, especially if your Charizard goes down early to something like the Dragonite on Octozuka's side, or the Sneasel, maybe like a double up there. You get like a Dragon Claw and a Dire Claw. Charizard goes down, you lose your fire type coverage, and if Scizor is in the back, what is your answer to it? Meanwhile, also on Bertani's team, Adaptability Basculegion. That is something that has been making the rounds. We know Swift Swim is a predominant benefactor of Basculegion because of rain, but with no rain, it's better to just go for the raw damage.
Yes, but I do think that Octozuka does have some tools against that Meganium as well, with that Alone Ninetales and that Sneasel, as well as that Encore Disable. So while the Scarf may let it go first, that Basculegion, if you disable it in the right time, I don't think it gets to move anymore, and it is locked to struggle. As well as that Gengar with that Perish Song, with that Shadow Ball. You don't want to be trapped in a bad position against Octozuka here as well. So we are having our players now go into that game 1, and we will see what our players are going to lead here.
Game 1 is going to start with Octozuka leading with that Dragonite and Incineroar. And on the Tommy side, it's the Farigiraf and the Basculegion. So at first glance, Incineroar looking like it's in a negative position here due to the fact that the Basculegion does have access to Wave Crash, which would be super effective and boosted by the adaptability. However, being intimidated, there is a possibility that this Incineroar can survive, especially with the fact that it's holding the Citrus Berry, which gives the appearance that it might be a bulkier build.
Yes, and with that Incineroar also being on a Gengar team, it does run that notorious Protect Zone. But we will see that the Incineroar is going to switch out here, and the Scizor is going to hit the field. Meanwhile, we don't see a switch for Bertani's side. It's going to be the Dragon Claw into the Farigiraf, doing a lot of damage, above 50%, and the Basculegion locking itself into the Wave Crash that was previously the Incineroar, with the Scizor taking it decently well. It's still did half, but the Farigiraf simply going for the Trick Room, and now you are in a bit of an odd spot, because now that Basculegion, that actually is Citrus Berry, now may go after the Scizor. It depends.
It does depend on where the Basculegion wants to target, because that was also a -1 attack, which put it at roughly 67% of its base attack stat from that one Intimidate. And Scizor is just going to switch out here back into Incineroar to even lower the attack power further on this Basculegion. And Basculegion will switch out on Bertani's side into the King Gambit. A huge turn of events for Octozuka as the Incineroar coming back in, intimidating the Basculegion instead of that King Gambit. And meanwhile, a second Dragon Claw from this Dragonite knocks out Farigiraf, but the Trick Room is still up for Bertani.
Yeah, so if you're Octozuka, you're really happy to see that Incineroar go, or that Scizor switch out first, and now you also know that the Scizor naturally is slower than the Basculegion, which you can use in Game 2 or Game 3 maybe to get a sneaky attack off into the Farigiraf. Farigiraf went for a Hyper Voice and did some decent damage across the board against that Incineroar and Dragonite, I think about 25% for each. And really, you have to think as Britannia now, okay, what am I going to bring in here? There is the fake out pressure now that the Farigiraf is gone, and this Incineroar can also just go for a parting shot, possibly into the partner slot. So a Flare Blitz also could do a lot of damage into the King Gambit, but it is just going to be the Basque Legion here coming in for Bertani.
Basque Legion coming back out here, resetting its attack stat, and now Last Respects is a base 100 power move by virtue of the Farigiraf being knocked out on that turn. And also important to note here, Ducky, the Hyper Voice on the Farigiraf on that last turn, it actually broke the multi-scale on this Dragonite. And Dragonite and Incineroar are just going to protect themselves, trying to scout out what Britannia wants to go for here. It's a low kick into Incineroar would be super effective, and a Last Respects going into this Dragonite slot. So no damage on this turn.
And very interestingly enough, because that Incineroar does run the Protect and opted for the Flare Blitz on its set instead, there is no way for this Incineroar to hit the Basque Legion. So because we saw the Dragonite in the first turn be faster than the Basque Legion, now this Basque Legion in the Trick Room obviously is the faster mon instead and can just go for that Last Respect into the Dragonite. As you said, the multi-scale is broken, so that will do a lot of damage, even if just one Pokemon is KO'd. Doubling the base power to 100 on top of the adaptability, that's a lot of damage, and there is no Intimidate down on it. But maybe that parting shot on the Incineroar could lower the attack for the Dragonite to survive, but King Gambit could also just double up. So this is a really rough position for our players here, as we see the Incineroar just straight up switch out into the Gengar here, so not opting for any parting shots, maybe confident that a bulky Dragonite can tank, and it's going to be the Aqua Jet into the Gengar. Curse Body activating, so no more Aqua Jets, and low kick into the now Gengar slot means that is going to be immune. It is a low kick from the Dragonite into the King Gambit. It is going to hold on presumably because of the Chompy Berry, and it is. So what a good turn here for Octazooka. You're really happy to see how this played out. And I think it's just one more turn of Trick Room left.
I believe this might actually be the last turn of the Trick Room, which again, that was a good switch out by Octazooka there from the Incineroar into the Gengar, keeping Incineroar in the back, but at the same time, if it comes back out, the King Gambit will get its Defiant ability activated as the Gengarite activates here. Gengar turning itself into Mega Gengar, and with the shiny Mega Gengar, that beautiful bright white Gengar, as Dragonite protects itself here, trying to avoid any damage on this turn. And Gengar also protects itself on this turn, making sure that there is no damage from this King Gambit into the Dragonite. Very interesting decision to attack the Dragonite with not very effective low kick, but at the same time, it might have been a bait and switch there on Britannia's side. Just go for a move, thinking that the double protect might have come out here, knowing that it was the last turn of Trick Room.
Yeah, that Mega Meganium is a really good switch here, because at first you'd think, oh, that Mega Gengar with a Sludge Bomb could do a lot of damage, but because that Gengar is pressured by the second punch, it is going to switch out into the Incineroar. Not the Pokemon you necessarily want to switch in front of the King Gambit, because now it does get the Defiant boost, but the Mega Meganium is going to go for that Mega here, so it does gain that Fairy type, and with that Fairy type, it might just go for that really, really strong Dazzling Gleam in front of that Dragonite, as the King Gambit opts to Sucker Punch into the Dragonite. So the low kick from the Dragonite is going to KO the King Gambit here. King Gambit, however, did do a lot of damage into that Dragonite, and with that, King Gambit being down, now the Meganium is going to follow it up with a Dazzling Gleam. It's going to KO the Dragonite, not do a lot of damage into that Incineroar, and I think with that, Bertic is now down to 2 Pokemon, but Basque Legion and Meganium are the 2 Pokemon you want to possibly have here. And we'll have to see what Octazooka is going to bring out here.
It is very interesting that Octazooka let the Dragonite go down here to bring back the Mega Gengar back onto the field. And with these last 2 Pokemon for Britannia being the Mega Meganium and the Basque Legion, both with very good HP stats right now, almost at full health on the Basque Legion and full health on this Mega Meganium. But the Mega Meganium is being threatened by an extremely effective Sludge Bomb from this Mega Gengar, as well as Basque Legion being threatened by a Shadow Ball, which will be super effective. And this Incineroar does not have access to a Dark type move that would be super effective in a Basque Legion.
Yeah, it might come down to place here. It comes down to what Bertic is going to call that Octozuka is going to do, and Octozuka thinking, what might Bertic do? So we see the Incineroar switching out here into the Scizor that we saw very early at the start, or well, maybe at the start of the game, and the Gengar just opting for Protect here, so maybe scouting for a possible upper Protect that the Meganium is going to go for, and the Basculegion has yet to move. It's going to be that last respects targeting into the Gengar. So hoping to maybe get that call right, the Sludge Bomb into the Meganium, protecting from that, and then just getting that last respects KO into the Gengar. But with that Protect, that just scouted the opposing Protect. And Scizor also free to just go for a Bullet Punch here. So now you just kind of have that pin of Shadow Ball Bullet Punch. And just maybe that is already enough to get the double KO here.
It is going to be very interesting what Octozuka wants to go for here. Meganium going for a double protected will fail. This allows Mega Gengar, after the Scizor, going for Bullet Punch into this Basculegion. Not very effective, but boosted by the Technician ability. And Mega Gengar goes for Shadow Ball. It's a double up into the Basculegion and knocks it out of this battle.
Now we have the Soul Meganium against 3 other Pokemon, but it's not the 3 Pokemon you want to see, and Bertic agrees with that and decides to forfeit here.
And with that, that's going to be game 1 for Octozuka. That was a huge end game there for Octozuka. It looked very interesting in that end game with the Mega Meganium having the potential to protect itself and avoid those extremely effective Sludge Bombs. But Octozuka correctly identified the bigger threat in this battle, and that was the Basculegion on Bertani's side there, because the Basculegion had that last respects, which would be super effective into the Mega Gengar, because it had Wave Crash and Aqua Jet, which were both going to be super effective against the Incineroar. Bertani needed to keep that Basculegion around, and unfortunately wasn't able to do that, so Octozuka got game 1.
Yeah, and the Octozuka now has to consider, well, Bertani has to consider now, okay, how am I going to deal with this Mega Gengar late game? That has caused a lot of trouble for Bertani here, so I'm curious to see if there's maybe an adjustment to the Aerodactyl mode possibly, to just instead go for the table, because as we saw, the Scizor also switching in before that Basculegion switched out, and just the Incineroar also doing a lot of pressure on the Trichum, even if it doesn't have the Dark Step. I'm curious to see if there's going to be an adjustment like that from Bertani.
Yeah, I am very interested to see what Bertani wants to go for here on this game too. I believe a good adjustment that Bertani could make is probably something like just going raw damage and bring on that Charizard with the Drought ability to set up the Weather Ball and the Heat Wave, which would do big damage into stuff like the Scizor and the Mega Gengar while just keeping itself around. And we're going to see game 2 getting set up here as Octozuka keeps the same lead of Incineroar versus Dragonite, but there is a switch up on Bertani's side. Aerodactyl in place of Farigiraf.
Yeah, so going for the adjustment that we just talked about with that Aerodactyl, and well, Aerodactyl Basculegion is a really strong lead. That you could just go for the Rock Slide Wave Crash here, and nothing that wants to switch in possibly for Octozuka would take that pretty well. So Bertani looking like a good lead here against what Octozuka has led, but we're gonna see Octozuka opting for that Incineroar switch as they did in game 1 as well, and it's the Scizor that's gonna come in here, while the Aerodactyl just opts for the Rock Slide, breaking the multi-scale crucially and doing a bit of chip into the Scizor as well. We have the Dragonite, however, flinching from the Rock Slide. Huge flinch as the Wave Crash shoots into the Scizor, still doing a lot of damage despite being intimidated.
Huge flinch there on the Dragonite. Having the multi-scale broken was absolutely critical for Bertani in this game, but getting that flinch was even more critical for Bertani, because now this Dragonite did no damage on the turn, and Scizor just switched in and took what appears to be some unnecessary collateral damage there in place of the Incineroar. Yes, the Aerodactyl and Basculegion were -1 attack, but you still don't want to take that kind of damage as Aerodactyl protects itself from this incoming Bullet Punch that would have broken the Focus Sash. from this Scizor, and I believe Dragonite also went extreme speed, which was protected by the Aerodactyl, which allows Wave Crash to come out and knock out the Scizor.
Bertani just turning around the wheel and saying, I'm in charge here, and getting every call right so far. Going for that Rock-Side Wave Crash, not respecting that fake out at all. Incineroar is going to come back out here as the Scizor has fainted. But even if you're at -2 on both Aerodactyl and Basculegion, the damage has been done. You already got a KO, you broke the multi-scale, and you still have 2 entire Pokemon in the back, so we'll have to see some really good plays from Octazooka to just get that advantage back into their favor.
We're going to see Fake Out come out from the Incineroar into Aerodactyl, which will break the Focus Sash. Aerodactyl flinches and can't move. The double up with the Dragon Claw will knock out the Aerodactyl in one hit. But where did this Basculegion target? It is a Wave Crash -2 attack with the adaptability, and Incineroar lives it on 62 HP before the recoil damage, and Incineroar taking a little bit of a break here to eat a Citrus Berry.
That was a -2 Wave Crash, and that still did over half to that Incineroar. It just shows how strong Basculegion really is. It's going to be the Charizard that is going to switch in here for Bertani, and that Dragon Claw with that Dragon Fan also just getting the KO straight up on the Aerodactyl was not something I expected to see. Really good play from Octazooka here to just focus down on the Aerodactyl, just saying no more Rock Slides, no more Tailwind or anything of that sort. We will just keep it honest straight up and exchange the damage we can. With that Dragonite also being faster here, maybe that Dragon Claw could just get the KO onto the Basculegion straight up. You do have to somewhat respect that Charizard though, because even if it is resisted, Heat Wave, Weather Ball is not moves you want to take, but it is just going to be a protect from the Charizard here, and the Basculegion as well, so maybe scouting what Octazooka is going to go for. So Bertani deciding to play it a bit passive and just scouting what are the options that my opponent is going to decide for, and it is that Dragon Claw into Basculegion's parting shot from the Incineroar.
And with the double protect on Bertani's side, getting that scout there, Ducky, that was very important for Bertani right there, just to see what Octazooka wants to go for against these two Pokemon right now. And Charizard still has access to its Mega Stone, the Charizard IY, and we still don't even know what the 4th and final Pokemon is for Bertani. It could be the Mega Meganium in the back with that Mega Soul, or it could be the King Gambit. And King Gambit, we saw how effective it was in that last set, and Basculegion is going to switch out, and there it is, King Gambit returning to the battlefield as Charizard's Charizard Y activates itself, and Mega Charizard Y showing its beautiful wings on the battlefield, and more importantly, activating the Drow, which will be helpful to the Charizard, and also the Incineroar with Flare Blitz. Dragon Claw, not very effective into the King Gambit. Here's the Weather Ball, though, into this Incineroar. Fire boosted, and Incineroar will live it on 50 HP.
Yeah, so maybe trying to call a read here, the instant switching or anything of that sort, because it could have gone for that Air Slash, but Weatherwall still doing a really good chip into that Incineroar. Gambit taking that Dragon Claw really, really well, and it is going to be that Gengar that's going to switch in instead of the Incineroar. So getting that parting shot down into the Charizard also means that the Dragonite may be able to the Dragonite is able to tank the Air Slash or any Weather Ball or Heat Waves from that Charizard way better now. And I think we saw the Dragonite move before the Charizard as well, so that's one really fast Dragonite which you want to see here in this position for Octazooka, as well as a Mega Gengar activating here its Mega Stone. And we'll see that the Mega Gengar is just opting for Protect, so maybe saying, I don't want to be Sucker Punch, I don't want to be anything of that targeted, as the Dragonite just goes for the low kick into Gambit. We already saw this call last game, and with the Tropical Barrier, we're gonna hang on here as the Gambit may opt for Counter Cleave or anything of that sort. It's just gonna be the Charizard going for that Weather Ball into the Dragonite, so not doing a lot of damage after the parting shot, but we have to see what this King Gambit is going to go for. It's going to be the counter into the Dragonite, so calling correctly that the Gengar protected and getting that KO onto the Dragonite here. What a crucial turn for Bertani.
A huge huge double turn there into the Dragonite to knock it out, bring back Incineroar, and now this is where it gets very interesting because this King Gambit's Defiant ability has just activated, and because the Defiant ability is activated, Gengar does not want to take a Sucker Punch or a Kowtow Cleave from this King Gambit, but conversely, this King Gambit is at 53 HP. It does not want to take a Flare Blitz from this King Gambit, but it's going to be a Fake Out into the King Gambit. King Gambit will flinch and can't move. Showcasing was probably going for Sucker Punch. Sludge Bomb into this Mega Charizard. Why? No poison, which allows this Weather Ball to come out into the Gengar, and even at -1 special attack, doing huge damage.
Yeah, that King Gambit, notably because it is that Chopper Berry set and has 4 attacking moves, does not run that Protect, so Fake Out a really safe turn there to just say, hey, I want my Gengar to move, but maybe not confident enough in that Shadow Ball to get the KO onto King Gambit here, and just opting for the Sludge Bomb into Charizard, because again, you still need to remove all 3 Pokemon on Bertani's side if you're Okazuka here. You're gonna opt for the Protect on Gengar and just hope that the Incineroar is maybe enough to just get rid of that King Gambit so that Gengar is free to move. It is a Sucker Punch that fails. It's gonna be a Weather Ball from the Charizard into the Incineroar. Is it gonna be enough? It's not enough. The Incineroar does hang on with 4 HP, so it's free to go for that Flare Blitz to get the KO here onto the King Gambit. And now, with that recall as well, that Incineroar is gonna KO itself here presumably, and it's gonna be a Basket Legion Charizard against the Gengar. Is Gengar gonna be enough in this situation to get the KO on both Pokemon here?
It's gonna be very close for Octazooka here with this Mega Gengar, but Gengar is at 47 HP. Basket Legion comes out here at 124 HP. It really comes down to a call from Octazooka. Which Pokemon do they target? And also, there is the threat of Protect on Brittany's Pokemon, on both of them for that matter. And Basket Legion with adaptability, Mega Gengar could potentially go down to a Aqua Jet, but no, it's just going to be the Basket Legion going down to this Shadow Ball, super effective into the Basket Legion, but this Weather Ball from the Mega Charizard Y into Mega Gengar, it does enough to get the knockout, and we are going to Game 3!
What an intense set to already get our day 2 started here. I feel it's just a back and forth, and the pacing has really just been decided by the plays of our players. Just first going for that Trick Room on the game 1 and just seeing that no, it doesn't really work, and Octazooka just getting the call right, just targeting it down properly as well, just having the speeds work in their favor as well. And then Bertani just saying, no, I'm not going to play this game. I'm going to go with the Aerodactyl. I'm going to get the Crucial Flinch. I'm going to get this Dragonite removed before it gets my King Gambit removed here. You are going to protect that Gengar. Really incredible plays by our players. And it's just round 1. It's just round 1 of day 2 already. I can't imagine how the next rounds are going to go as well. But we still have a game 3 to watch here. And as our players are setting it up, what do you think are we going to see in Game 3 here?
So when it comes to that Game 2, we have to talk about that Aerodactyl. We identified a Ducky that maybe a switch up for Brittany in Game 2 would be bringing that Aerodactyl to this game. The Trick Room mode wasn't as effective, I believe, as Brittany wanted to go for in Game 1. They were able to get it up and get the Trick Room up, but at the same time, when you have the threat of a Scizor and an Incineroar on your opponent's team, which are just as slow, with a little bit faster than a King Gambit naturally, you can't realistically go for that Trick Room mode unless you know your Pokemon are slower. But also Brittany identifying, okay, Dragonite is very fast on my opponent's side. We saw how fast it was going. And Dragonite getting that knockout into the Aerodactyl was huge. But also in Game 2, Scizor switching in to the Rock Slide and the Wave Crash from the Aerodactyl and Basket Legion. I venture to say that that might have been a little aggressive on Octazooka's side, but conversely, that was big to swing the momentum pendulum in Brittany's favor by getting the huge collateral damage into the Scizor and putting it on the back burner, and then getting the flinch on that Dragonite.
Yeah, and I'm also curious to just see that Scissor I feel like hasn't really done a lot, especially with that Bull Punch failing. However, we are gonna go into that game free, so let's see what our players have decided to go for, because we can theorize as much as we want. In the end, it depends on what the players are gonna go for. Octozuka going for that lead that they have gone for all two of the games, also in game free, Incineroar and Dragonite against that Aerodactyl King Gambit. So Bertani calling out the fact that, hey, you have brought Incineroar every game on lead. I'm gonna bring my King Gambit and we're just gonna exchange the damage here. Still not necessarily a cool position to see for King Gambit, because that fake out Loki does look really enticing, but a Basculegion switch maybe could just come in here and just ruin that plan for Octozuka. So we'll have to see what our players are gonna decide to go for here.
Yeah, getting that Intimidate off into the King Gambit in Game 3. This is something that has notoriously happened in the past, where you predict your opponent's lead and you get it correct on the first turn. But we're actually going to see the King Gambit switch out here and into the Basculegion like you just called, Ducky. A Basculegion comes out, but a Rock Slide coming out into this Incineroar and the Dragonite, breaking the multi-scale. Super effective into both. Dragonite going for Dragon Claw into the Aerodactyl, brings it almost down to its focus edge, but Incineroar flinches!
What a crucial flinch here, because we did see that Incineroar did not go for any fake out of any sort, so maybe it was a Flare Blitz or a Parting Shot to try and reposition, but whatever it was, it is denied by that Rockside flinch. Crucially, you still got that multi-scale broken here from the Dragonite, and targeting down the Aerodactyl, he is saying, hey, I know you have a Defiant boosted King Gambit in front of me, but I don't think you're gonna attack with it. I think you're just gonna switch it out or anything of that sort. I need to get rid of that Aerodactyl. So really well played by Octozuka here. Maybe now it's an extreme heat range, so that Aerodactyl cannot get any more flinches here with the Rock Slide, but also that Incineroar has not gotten Intimidate down on best speed. It's gonna be the E-speed into the Aerodactyl, just sniping it off the field, just saying, bye Aerodactyl, no more Rock Slide flinches for you, and we'll have to see what that Incineroar is going to go for as well, that as a Basculegion. It's going to be the last respect into the Dragonite, so punishing it immediately for getting that KO onto the Aerodactyl, but Incineroar just saying, parting shot, goodbye, your attack is going to be dropped if you want it or not, and we'll have to see what Octozuka is going to bring in here.
That was a huge knockout into the Aerodactyl here. Gengar coming out into Incineroar's spot here, but the Basculegion now is at -1 on its physical attack, and this Mega Gengar, we know on Octozuka's side, it has the Shadow Ball. It did huge damage in games 1 and 2 to this Basculegion, and Basculegion, even though the adaptability is out there, Last Respects is boosted to 100 base power, super effective. There's no way for this Basculegion to be faster than the Mega Gengar unless there was a Tailwind up, and Aerodactyl did not get a chance to get the Tailwind up.
Yeah, even more reasons why this E-speed snipe is so good. And it's gonna be the King Gambit here now coming into that slot of the Aerodactyl. And if you're Bertani, I think you're really enjoying this position. You have the Sucker Punch threat into Octozuka. You could just go for a KO to the Dragonite that's at 18 HP. And we still have to see what Octozuka has in the back as well as Bertani. But maybe a key switch here could just prove that Octozuka like gets better position here, but there are no switches. It's just gonna be the Mega Gengar Knight here coming into play, and we'll maybe see a crucial survival here possibly. No, the Gengar is just gonna play it safe. It's gonna be that Protect, as we see that the Dragonite is just gonna go for E-speed, so maybe just trying to get some chip down before this Dragonite is gonna go down eventually to like an Aqua Jet. It's gonna be the Wave Crash into the Dragonite slot here, maybe predicting an instant switch of sorts, but just straight up getting the KO onto the Dragonite here. And whatever this King Gambit is going to go for, it's not going to work into the Gengar. It's going to be a low kick, and if you're Octozuka, maybe we're like, I should have gone for the Shadow Ball, but we'll see what Octozuka has cooking as they are bringing the Incineroar out here in front of that King Gambit yet again.
To get that Defiant boost on the King Gambit, Basculegion is now at -2 on its physical attack. Even with the adaptability out there, it's still facing down the threat of this Mega Gengar, which could switch out here, predicting a Sucker Punch from the King Gambit here and taking no damage, and also causing King Gambit's move to fail this turn. But the King Gambit on Bertani's side, it does have access to low kick, as we just saw it go into that Mega Gengar. At +1, there's a possibility that it could knock out this Incineroar right now.
Yeah, that Incineroar has been chipped early on, and that might come into play here. Just that Rockslide Aerodactyl is the start, doing a lot of work for Bertani to put in work now, and it's going to be a switch from the Basculation into the Charizard. It's going to be a fake out into the Gambit, so remove or like denying the King Gambit to move, as the Gengar is free to go for a Shadow Ball. It's going to target down the Charizard that's now in. So it would have done super effective damage, but with that, the Charizard switching in, only doing like 50%, still enough to get the follow-up KO. But are you gonna go for the Shadow Ball if there is a King Gambit in front of you that can Sucker Punch? It's a really rough position to be in.
It is a rough position to be in, and also, because Basculegion switched out there, normally a Mega Gengar's ability is Shadow Tag, which prevents any Pokemon on your opponent's side from switching out. However, the Basculegion being a ghost type, they're immune to the Shadow Tag. Gengar protects itself, as does this Charizard. Charizard also protecting itself. The King Gambit will take this super effective Flare Blitz in from this Incineroar. It's going to do huge damage, bring it down to 48 HP. Incineroar brought down just below the threshold for the Citrus Berry to activate. King Gambit going for the low kick into Incineroar. It's enough. It picks up the knockout.
Wow, I thought for a second that that extra bit of HP might be enough, but I just underestimated how much low kick does damage here into the Incineroar. It's gonna be the Scissor in the back coming out, and that's not the Pokemon you want to see in front of a Charizard. Crucially though, that Charizard not opting for a Mega yet has helped that King Gambit survive, because a lot of times you think, oh, I'm just gonna go for the Mega, I'm just gonna protect, it doesn't really matter when I Mega. But because they didn't Mega yet, there is no Sun for that Incineroar to benefit from that Sun themselves. So now that King Gambit is still standing for one more turn here, and because of that, maybe there's going to be a Sucker Punch right here into that Gengar. Maybe it's just going to get the straight up KO here. And your Charizard is also free to just go for a Heat Wave here. We'll have to see what Octazooka decides to go for.
It's going to be interesting to see what Octazooka goes for here, with the final two Pokemon on their team being this Mega Gengar and the Scizor. And the Scizor does have that Technician boosted Bullet Punch, and it's even further boosted by its held item, the Metal Coat. So this Mega Charizard Y has now made an appearance on the battlefield, Mega evolving and setting up the drought. King Gambit goes Sucker Punch into Mega Gengar. It's enough, a one-hit knockout.
Crucially, we have not seen that Scissor move yet, so maybe that can go before that Charizard, but it does not. That Charizard is just going to go for the Weather Ball into the Scissor, and I don't need any cogs to know that that Weather Ball is going to get the KO onto that extremely effective Scissor. So yeah, with that, Bernati has won that game free and has with that won the entire set. What a match.
That was absolutely incredible by Bertani there. At one point it looked bleak entering game 2, but getting that flinch into the Dragonite helped them set up their end game, force a game 3, and then in game 3 getting the call right on what Octazooka was going to lead, being that Incineroar that it's been led all 3 games, getting that Defiant boost off, revealing that King Gambit was on Bertani's team for game 3, and making Octazooka realize, I have to get rid of this King Gambit early, because if King Gambit does not get knocked out, I have no answer for this King Gambit, especially with Mega Gengar being threatened by Sucker Punch and Kowtow Cleave with no Fire type or Fighting type move to attack it.
Yeah, and that King Gambit also holding that Tropical Berry just guarantees any of the fighting moves that like Dragonite went for, that it just hangs on, so showing why that Tropical Berry is so good to have. And I just loved how much pressure the King Gambit put out, right? It was just standing on the field. It wasn't even necessarily going for the Sucker Punches that you expect. It didn't even necessarily go for a counter or low kick that you may expect in that turn 1, for example. And it still put out so much pressure that, for example, the Incineroar decided to just go for an attack turn 1. Or maybe a fake out, parting shot, we don't know yet. But it just shows how strong this Pokemon is and why everyone is running it as well.
And we knew how strong King Gambit was in Scarlet and Violet, but that was with Scarlet and Violet allowing King Gambit to have something like an assault vest as a held item. There is no assault vest right now in Regulation MA. So King Gambit working with the black glasses, working with the Choppleberry like Brittany had, working with all these items that it has at its repertoire currently. That just showcases how good King Gambit is and why Brittany needed it around to win this match against a really tough opponent in Octazooka.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight for Octazooka that Dragonite, that Dragonfang Dragonclaw did so much damage. I did not expect it to just straight up almost KO that Aerodactyl and then the extreme speed to snipe it as well. So even if that Sash Park or anything of that sorts, that Dragonite still put in a lot of work. But adaptation is just key. We saw that the Fairy Giraffe in Game 1 did not work, and then just changing to that Aerodactyl Charizard, and that just... Octazooka could not handle it with the fort that they have brought every game. And yeah, I think it just shows excellent, like the excellent depth of Pokemon. And with that, I think we are possibly heading here into a little break. I'm not certain how this works.
Yep, we're going to take a small break here, Ducky. Get set up for our top 16 matches. There may be some bonus coverage here before our top 16 matches are confirmed. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We will be back with the top 16.
Hello everyone, welcome to our top 16 round of Top Cut. I am Sir Smoke, the host of SpearPillar, joined here with Ducky to give you the commentating for this round. How you doing today, Ducky?
Oh, I'm doing excellent after that match round 1 as well. And I heard we have been cooking up something for round 2 as well. So, do you want to introduce what we're facing here and what we're gonna watch?
So yeah, we have a unique team here by Kojay. Kojay is running a Sharpedo of all Pokemon. So to see a Sharpedo make it this far, definitely definitely grabbed our attention for this top 16 match.
Yeah, Koche with a Sharpedo and that Tyranitar as well. So a Sand Sharpedo team. Maybe you'd expect like a Rain with it, but this Sharpedo is not even running a Water move. It's just Crunch, Ice Fang, and Psychic Fang. So I'm really excited to see how it does. And with that Speed Boost initially, obviously, you just boost your Speed further, and then afterwards with that Strong Jaw boosting all of your biting moves, that is going to be really exciting to see. But we will be facing with Kojay a DWX team here with Charizard and Flood. So the traditional Aerodactyl, Garchomp, Gambit, Basculegion, a really strong team that has proven itself time and time again. And is Sharpedo going to be enough to break apart the meta? We'll have to see.
Yeah, that's always one thing that I feel like at least Kojay has an advantage going into this game. Playing against a very, pretty standard meta team here. Might have those calcs figured out, may have things calced out on their side. For Kojay, they're running a pretty unorthodox team, so the likelihood of bumping into a Sharpedo and knowing all your calcs for all that, not the greatest.
Yeah, and whenever I face a team that's like a little bit odd, I'm just like, okay, wait, what is this even doing? So maybe there is just that surprise factor, and just like winning a game 1 just by having that proper tech that nobody is expecting is gonna be exciting to see. So I wonder how Kojay is gonna pilot that as well, because they will probably have experience with that, and I wonder how DWEC is gonna face that as we are gonna enter that game 1. Both characters are really tripped out, by the way. I love how they style their trainers, and it's gonna be the Garchomp and Aerodactyl for DWEC, as Kojay is gonna lead that Sharpedo that we've been hyping up, and that Sneasel for turn 1.
So now we get to see what Sharpedo is all about from Kojay's side. And yeah, as you mentioned, both players dripped out. That's a great use of your BP. I will always advocate for looking stylish on the battlefield.
It is going to be that fake out into the Aerodactyl, so not opting for the Protect. And Sharpedo just instantly going for an Ice Fang into Garchomp, but because it didn't opt for the Mega yet, maybe to get that Speed Boost, it didn't quite get the KO, as the Garchomp is going to go for the Scale Shot. But with Sharpedo already being faster, that means that even after this turn, and with that Scale Shot giving a Speed Boost, this Sharpedo is still going to be faster. So really interesting dynamic to see right off the bat, and with the Aerodactyl Sash being broken as well, maybe that Sharpedo after Mega is going to KO the Aerodactyl here.
I'm really curious to see how much damage output the Sharpedo can do. Like, I don't think I've ever played one playing on ladder personally, so I really don't even know what to expect here coming out from Sharpedo's end in terms of damage into the other end of the field.
Yeah, with Sharpedo not going for the Mega and Ice Fang not getting the KO into Garchomp, I think we can expect that the non-Mega at least doesn't do a lot of damage, but once that Mega hits with that 140 base attack and that Strong Jaw, that's going to do a lot of damage, and we'll see that Kojay is going to switch out that Sneasel, maybe trying to say, hey, I don't want my Sneasel to be KO'd after, luckily the Scale Shot did not connect more than 3 times. And it is going to be that Mega Sharpedo here, so after getting 1 Speed Boost, that is enough to outspeed the Aerodactyl here as well. We see the Garchomp is going to go for the Protect here, so maybe afraid that the Sharpedo is going to KO it, but it's just going to be an Ice Wing straight up into the Aerodactyl, so no Tailwind here possible as well to maybe get to outspeed the Sharpedo turn afterwards or anything. It's just a straight up KO.
And Sharpedo's looking very threatening now. Again, as you said, currently, as it stands, being one of the fastest Pokemon on the field, able to do huge damage output, as we just saw there against Aerodactyl. We're going to see Dweck put in Floette, so maybe a counter Mega action here. See Mega Floette come out. But I guess we'll see what the trainers ultimately decide to do here and try and flip the momentum in their favor.
Yeah, we already saw that Kojay has Brockhead Sneasel in the back, so that is something to hit that Floette later, and because you denied that Tailwind, most of your Pokemon should be faster, including this Choice Scarf Rotom. We already saw turn 1 that the Sharpedo is faster than the Garchomp even, and presumably the Garchomp is really bulky because it just took an Ice Fang straight up, so it's still not gonna be faster than the Sharpedo presumably, because despite both having a +1 speed boost here, Sharpedo originally being faster on top of the Mega, just getting more speed, it's just gonna be the faster thing, presumably. As we see the Mega Floette turn around and say, hey, KO my Garchomp, I'm gonna KO you.
Yeah, Mega Floette always definitely afraid to see that on the other end of the field with the amount of damage output it can do. But Sharpedo almost able to pick up a knockout, but not quite. Rotom following up with an overheat, which is able to finish up the job here, just leaving Garchomp all by itself, and Floette to basically use its Mega as a presentation and nothing more.
Yeah, just disrespecting that Garchomp here that isn't gonna do any damage here possibly. It decided to go for the Protect and getting it right, just getting that Floette removed immediately. That is going to be a big swing for Kojay here.
And now we have King Gambit coming in the back to try and close out for Dweck. And Kojay is looking pretty on top in this game 1 here. Gonna be a hard one to kind of crawl back from.
I'm really curious how they're going to try to overheat. Obviously, dropping it to -2 means that the Rotom is not going to do a lot, but with that Sharpedo getting the KO into the Garchomp, this Gambit is sitting in a 1v4, so Kojay really piloting this really well. So another overheat here going into the King Gambit, but again, because of the -2, still doing above 50%, and even if that Sharpedo isn't able to really hit this King Gambit even neutrally, it is not going to matter because the King Gambit is just going to get the KO here under the Sharpedo with a critical hit low kick. I'm not sure if that crit mattered.
Yeah,
I really doubt the crit mattered.
Crit mattered, no, I don't think there. But yeah, no, really interesting to see. And Sharpedo going down there, it's done its job. It's basically gotten rid of 3 Pokemon on the other end of the field. So an easy way to just sacrifice Sharpedo to close out this match here. So game 1 going to Kojay. Wow, just really shocked. I haven't seen a Sharpedo, and now we see it, and it absolutely sweeps the game in game 1 here by top 16.
I'm a little flabbergasted myself, I'll say. It's I blinked what happened. The Sharpedo just KO'd everything. But yeah, I think it's also interesting that Kojay in the end decided to show that it was the melodic in the back. Maybe that is played to like bait out or any any changes from Dweck here. So we'll have to see what Dweck is going to do to adjust to that, because the way they've been playing this just now, that is not going to cut it against that Sharpedo, as you noticed. That Garchomp does not outspeed the Sharpedo, even though you may think it would, and yeah, that is gonna be really rough for Dweck here. Maybe it's gonna be like a Basculegion adjustment, but that's not something you want to lead into Sharpedo either, because that Crunch is just gonna do a lot of damage. Maybe it's the Charizard, because there are no water moves here. Maybe that Solar Beam is just the answer for that.
And on Kojay's side, they benefit from, not even clicking Mega. They can just kind of play a little bit passively, try and get a speed boost on the Sharpedo, and basically just threaten the whole other side of the field for the remainder of the match. As we saw, that single speed boost on Sharpedo allowed it to move before everything for the entire round there.
Yeah, and we are gonna go into this game 2 here. It is gonna be the Sharpedo and Rotom Heat for Kojay. As we see the adjustment from Dweck's side, it's gonna be that Basculegion and Aerodactyl, so maybe trying to snipe something here, just say, I'm gonna get that Tailwind up immediately, and with Koji, adjusting for that Rotom Heat over the Sneasel, now you have the option to go for Electroweb here. It just depends on the speeds, obviously. Both Basculegion and Rotom Heat are Scarf, but depending on how our trainers have decided to train these Pokemon, I mean, the Rotom Heat normally should be faster, but what if it isn't? What if this Basculegion is just allowed to go for a Wave Crash straight up?
Yeah, no, again, Basculegion, you never want to be staring down that on the other end of the field. So, I mean, I think D-Wag did make a good adjustment here to try and, like you said, get ahead of the speed boost on Sharpedo, maybe try and set up a Tailwind here on turn 1. We are going to see that Electroweb, as you had mentioned. We're going to see a speed drop on the Basculegion and the Aerodactyl because of that. Super effective damage to both. Crunch going out into the Basculegion side is able to pick up the knockout without Mega. So now we're going to see a speed boost from Sharpedo. And Aerodactyl opting for the Rock Slide and Rotom getting and missing the attack. Oh my goodness. So Sharpedo takes a bit of damage for its trouble there, but it's going to get the speed boost. No Tailwind from Aerodactyls and Electrowebbed on the other end of the field. So I think it's pretty safe to say here, the Sharpedo is going to be moving first.
Yeah, what a rough turn here as well, because as D-Wag, you had that wild guard too, so maybe saying like, hey, you're never gonna go for that Electroweb because I do have the wild guard, and Koji just decided, you're not gonna click it, I'm just gonna click my stuff and get that snipe onto the Basculegion, you're not gonna expect it, and getting it right. There was no wild guard to speak of, and now D-Wag is down an entire Pokemon. The Sharpedo is speed boosted. You did get damage down onto the Sharpedo, and missing that Rotom is really crucial as well, because you're not gonna get it any lower now, but this Sharpedo is looking like it's gonna sweep everything here now, and I'm not sure if I'm ready to see that.
It's crazy. Again, just one turn is really all it takes to build up a lot of momentum with this Sharpedo if you do not set up the field right around you. Sharpedo now going for its Mega Evolution, and now we're gonna start seeing some big damage go downfield. So we see an Ice Fang from Sharpedo, able to pick up the knockout on Garchomp, as we would expect there. And wow, this Sharpedo seems like it's a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, the Aerodactyl just opted for Rock Slide, finally getting rid of the Sharpedo, and with the Sneasel switching in here for the Rotom Heat, that isn't going to do a lot of damage to the Sneasel Sun now, but wow, that's just straight up one-hit KO onto Garchomp is not something you expect to see normally from a Sharpedo of all things. But again, Ice Fang being 4 times super effective with that strong jaw boost, with the speed boost allowing it to go before an Aerodactyl, also really crucial here. It's going to be the Floette in the back for D-Wag, and it's going to be the Rotom Heat coming back out here for Koji. So this is hard. You have the fake out pressure here, and I think D-Wag, while Floette is a really strong Mega, what could D-Wag here possibly do? What do you think?
It's looking pretty rough, but I mean, there is the possibility of maybe trying to basically bank on Koji making a really aggressive play, maybe doubling into a Pokemon, try and click Protect as we see here come out of Aerodactyl. So maybe we think, okay, last game they doubled into the Floette, maybe he's going to switch it up, but it does not seem so. Koji not doubling up this turn or this game into the Floette slot, so it still is around. And yeah, I guess we got to kind of see. I don't think it's necessarily over yet. Again, Floette's always a huge threat. Can always, basically just sweep the other end of the field. And again, we're not 100% sure what these speed interactions are going to be now that Sharpedo is off the field and not the fastest one anymore.
Yeah, and that Floette is now gonna go for that Mega with a Fairy, or it is the last hope for D-Wag here, as that Volt Switch is gonna snipe the Aerodactyl here. So Floette sitting here in a 1v3 against Caesar, Rotom Heat, and whatever Koji does have in the back here, and we'll have to as D-Wag, you have to really hope that Caesar is built slowly and I outspeed it here with my Floette. Otherwise, I think that Dire Claw might do a little too much. We see the Dire Claw come out first, and it's gonna KO the Floette here. So what a sweep from Koji here, and all thanks to that Sharpedo as well as that Rotom Heat with E-Web. What a game! Again, I blinked. What happened? I that Sharpedo was too fast even for my eyes. Mhm. I think it's also particularly rough if you're D-Way because you think of like a game plan and you just try to figure it out, and it's just a lot of things to think about that you haven't had to think about before. Speed is such a crazy ability, right? Any turn, uh, you just survive, you just get a speed boost, and well, Sharpedo definitely did make use of that by just either KOing that Basket Legion in that game too, or just not being targeted down. Uh, by being disrespected from D-Wag here from game one, and it just stacked up, you know, that E-Web into Crunch combo as well, a really cool tech to have against opposing Scarf Basculation. Maybe you wouldn't expect that, like, oh, this Rotom is going to be faster, and E-Web's me, sure, whatever, but it's a Sharpedo, it's not going to kill me, right? And then it's just a straight up one-hit KO. Um, so yeah, I think those were two really strong players, and unfortunately, Sharpedo has, or well, unfortunately, fortunately, depending on who you are, Sharpedo has taken the game by storm here. I'm scared of facing a Sharpedo now in ladder.
Yeah,
Chad,
and
don't do that.
yeah, you never know too, because as people always look at limitless tournaments to see if they can find any, maybe not a whole team itself, but at least a unique Pokemon and build to use, on their team, swap something out, try something new. So yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we see a little uptick in Sharpedo after this event, and not to mention, I got a little bit of confidence in the Shark. I'm interested to see if it's gonna make it to the final rounds of our day 2 here.
Sharpedo has hit my builder, I'll tell you that, but if it's gonna hit your builder or not decides entirely on you. We are gonna go into a short break, however, and we are gonna cast maybe like another match here in between, depends on if any of our players are still playing or not. But be sure to tune in for our round 3 of day 2. We are excited to cast you another match. Hello, hello, welcome back everyone to our top 8 of this tournament, and we are excited to bring you another match. So I have Sir Spoke with me, and we're gonna be having a match shortly even.
Yeah, we have another interesting team. I think some of you, if you watched yesterday, tuned in yesterday, we featured a Hisui and Zoroark team. Hisui and Zoroark is still in the contention, made it all the way to top 8, so decided, well, might as well throw it back on stream again.
Yeah, so that Zora Kisui is running on a Charizard, Aerodactyl, Garchomp, Sneasel, and Kingambit core. So a lot of Pokemon you would love to disguise yourself as. There's no Pokemon that really reveals itself upon switching, except for maybe that Aerodactyl with Unnerve. But well, maybe you're gonna just catch someone off guard who forgets that Aerodactyl's Unnerve proc. So depending on who you are, you could just do that. And with that choice scarf as well, it is going to outrun a lot of the other things on the field. We will see that the opponent here in our case, Pokemasters, does also run Charizard Aerodactyl, but instead they have opted for Kommo-o, Sinistra, Mask Legion, and Scissor. So yet again, we see a Scissor on the opposing side when there is a Charizard on our side.
It is interesting to see these teams make it all the way into Top Cut. And as you can see, we have Hisui and Zoroark. We'll probably see some Shadow Balls coming out from, Garchomp, from King Gambit. We'll start seeing, and, we'll all know.
Oh, I love Shadow
Ball
Ball Sneasel. Have you heard the tech of the Shadow Ball Sneasel or the Hyper Voice King Gambit? Ah, those are awesome moves to click as the King Gambit and Sneasel, don't you think?
I wonder how many people have taken losses by just, exiting a match, not realizing that it's really Hisui and Zoroark in disguise.
Yeah, well, we have to see. I don't think that is going to happen in this best of 3, but in GC, maybe. We see the Aerodactyl and Kommo-o lead here for Pokemaster, as Shishia is going to opt for Charizard Aerodactyl. So both Aerodactyls here on the field, notorious for the speed highs that are going to happen. There is no white card on either side, so both of them are possibly just free to go for a rock side here. Maybe there is going to be a dual wing beat into the Kommo-o here on the opposing field as well. So both Aerodactyls love to be here and the opposing other Pokemon, so Kommo-o and Charizard. Not so much in comparison, as we see the Charizard just decide to stay in and Mega Evolve here, which is going to set up the Sun as well, so that Heat Wave, Weapon Ball, or Solo Beam is going to just activate instantly and do a lot of damage here as well. The Kommo opting for the Protect, so deciding not wanting to take any damage here, maybe from a dual wing beat. It's not the Aerodactyl, it's actually the Zoroark Hisui, as we got the muzzled ourselves here. So if you didn't pay close enough attention, you may not have seen the Unnerve not proc at all, as we see the Icy Wind connect and the Solar Beam as well to start off that turn 1. And is it going to target down the Aerodactyl? It is probably just going to get the knockout here onto the Aerodactyl turn 1. So crucial miss from our side, as well as that Aerodactyl in quotation marks, or Hisui and Zoroark, is going to get the KO with our Charizard here as well. What a turn 1.
Shishio coming out the gate strong, using that Hisui and Zoroark mind game to get a Ice Wind downfield. If I was on Pokemaster's side, I'd be freaking out seeing a Aerodactyl and a Charizard facing down my team. However, as you saw, it's going to be that Icy Wind. And again, we still have a fake Aerodactyl out on the field. Using Icy Wind to its heart's content, lowering the speed on the other side of the field, and Charizard free to go for that Heat Wave this turn, and we will see if that is enough to pick up a knockout. It isn't, just a bit shy, leaving Kommo-o on the field for the next turn, and able to get off a really strong Clanging Scales, able to pick up the knockout on Zoroark. Goodbye, Zoroark.
And doing a lot of damage on the Charizard as well here, so Historians are maybe fading here and not being able to get any more icy ones off, but I think it has done its job. It's bamboozled all of us turn one, and despite the fact that maybe we could have caught on with that self-announcing ability that Aerodactyl has, we didn't. Sneasler is going to come in here for Shishio, and now with that Fang out as well, the Scissor just having protected and presumably the Charizard faster than the opposing Scissor, this is going to be a tough position to get out of for Pokemaster. They are going to switch in the Bascule Legion on the Scissor slot. The Fake Out is going to go now into the Bascule Legion as the Charizard is going to go for the Heat Wave. It's going to miss the combo, a really crucial miss because maybe that Heat Wave would have gotten the knockout on the opposing combo here. So combo free to go for anything it wants, and it is like Clanging Scales. It's going to do a lot of damage. It's not enough to get the KO on Charizard. It does a lot of damage to the Sneasler here in the process.
That was a crazy turn for both players there. I mean, we're seeing momentum flip back and forth. Pokemon surviving on super low HP. Just critical survivals here for both trainers. A miss on the Komo, keeping it on the field for another turn. Really couldn't ask for more for Pokemaster's side there. We're going to see Sneasler protect this turn. And Bascule Legion going for the last respects into the Charizard, able to clean up a knockout. And that just leaves Komo out.
Yes, and even though that Komo is going for the Clanging Scales, because of that protect, it's not going to do any damage. All of a sudden, despite that explosive turn 1 that helped Shishio just gain the advantage, suddenly it's all slipping away. We have that Aerodactyl in the back as well as that Sneasler on the field now. But that is a Scarf Bascule Legion locked into last respects boosted, even if it's only boosted by one Pokemon being fainted. It's still an adaptability Bascule Legion, and we all know that a Sneasler at 55 HP is probably not gonna take this last respect very well here, because it didn't proc that wide early yet. It also doesn't have that unburden, so it goes for the double protect and does get it here in fact. So that last respect that's starting down the Sneasler does not connect at all for any damage. It's going to be the tailwind for the Aerodactyl here, so say hey, next turn I am able to outspeed you here in comparison to you. While that combo is just free to go for another Clanging Scales here, it's going to connect it to the Aerodactyl and bring it really low.
Como is just looking like it's just free to keep clicking Clanging Scales. With that tailwind set up now, however, not looking as free as it was before, but really impressive to see Como basically just clean up the entire side of the field. That double protect, really big for Shishio there, able to allow the tailwind to go up without losing the Sneasler. The Rock Slide coming out from Aerodactyl, able to knock out Komodo, and we'll see what the effect it has on Bascule Legion here. Oh, and it survives on 2 HP from a Dire Claw from Sneasler. And we have a Last Respects coming out from Bascule Legion into Sneasler, and it is able to clean up a knockout. Is looking a little rough here for Shishio, and we are going to see the match end to a forfeit. So that will, game 1 will go to Pokemasters.
Yeah, and with that, we are going to go into game 2 as well. I was surprised by that Zoroark myself turn 1, but it seems that Pokemaster has handled it pretty well despite that crucial KO turn 1 that maybe you didn't see that under ability proc on the Aerodactyl. Like, that is the one way you can see Hisui and Zoroark as the Aerodactyl slot. Any other Pokemon, you'd be like, okay, it doesn't announce any ability, so I don't have to pay attention to that. But then you're gonna miss that the Aerodactyl didn't proc on Nerf. That is very crucial information, right? Because if you saw that, you'd know that, okay, that's a Hisui and Zoroark. I need to maybe just go on the offense here immediately. Maybe if they caught that, they would have gone for Clanging Scales turn 1 here and just get that damage down. But it was still fine to just work around it turn 2 and turn 3 and onward. So really not really be punished despite getting a feint there and just changing the momentum with that Bascule Legion switch as well.
It was an incredible showcase of heart there from Pokemasters. Again, out the gate it was looking a little rough, but just kept their head in the game, kept whittling away at their opponent, and before you knew it, that game was in Pokemasters' favor. And we are getting started here with our game 2. We will see what these trainers lead, if there are any adjustments made. So we have and Aerodactyl coming out for Pokemaster's side, and we have Aerodactyl Garchomp coming out for Shishio.
So interesting adjustment, bringing out the guard jump here immediately. Maybe just saying, hey, I want to get rid of that combo again. And I don't know if I saw that or not, but was there only one on Earth Pro? I'm now getting a little paranoid about maybe this is a Hisui Zorak or not, but we'll have to see, because, well, I didn't see it, I don't know if you saw it, and that HP set is also not really telling for me. It is going to be the opposing Aerodactyl going for the tailwind, so presumably the start of Hisui Zorak, because it went first last time, is going to be a Clanging Scales immediately. Garchomp tanking and Clanging Scales here from the combo. Despite that, also having a Dragon Fang here, it is going to be the Tailwind to match here, and we have yet to see the Garchomp move. It's going to be the Dragon Claw that's going to hit into the opposing combo, and it just does get the knockout turn 1. What an explosive turn 1 to trade damage here.
And it looks like the adjustments made by Shishio's side are proving rather beneficial. However, don't want to count Pokemasters out just yet. As we saw last game, they were able to, kind of crawl back a lead with some skill there. We're going to see these switch out from Aerodactyl on Shishio's side into King Gambit. Maybe try and resist some incoming hits here. And we have a Protect from the Garchomp to, hopefully try and avoid some damage. So the Rock Slide coming out from Aerodactyl's end, probably not going to do the most damage to King Gambit, as we see it doing less than 20 HP of damage to the King Gambit there. And Caesar feels pretty free to go for a Swords Dance, so it's going to get basically a free double attack boost there.
Yeah, with that Aerodactyl going for the Rock Slide, that would have KO'd the Aerodactyl that was in previously, with that Garchomp being so low as well, would have KO'd that as well. So Swords Dance really free to just go for there, and now, before that, you would go like, oh, Scissor, sure, that's not going to do a lot of damage. +2 attack Scissor? Oh, that's a little too much for me, maybe. And we still have the Aerodactyl faster than the opposing Garchomp here, and with the Sash still attacking your feet to just go for Rock Slide or do a Wing Beat to get the KO on Garchomp, and then Scizor is free to just target down a Bug Bite into that King Gambit, or maybe even a Bullet Punch if you predict there's going to be a Sucker Punch from the opposing Gambit. So really not a free turn here for, or not a easy turn for Shishio here, as Pokemaster is going to go for the Mega Scizor. And with that, obviously boosting its damage, but also boosting the bulk really well. It's going to be the Protect from King Gambit, so saying, I don't want to take a Bug Bite here, really. Just get the KO onto the Garchomp maybe, and I'll be fine. But yeah, the Aerodactyl going with the Rock Slide here, getting the KO onto the Garchomp, and we have yet to see that Scizor move. If it's maybe that second Swords Dance, that's going to be a +4 Scizor, could you imagine that? But I presume it's going to be a Bug Bite. It's a Bug Bite here, so no +4. We maybe could have dreamed of one, but yeah, the Bug Bite, it really saved the day here as well.
The greed is real. You need the 4 stages of attack boost. That's crucial. You need it.
Yeah, it is the Aerodactyl here coming back in for Shishio, and as I speak, they already start the second turn. It's going to be the Sucker Punch into the Aerodactyl, as the opposing Aerodactyl is going to go for Rock Slide first, so maybe a follow-up Aerodactyl. The Aerodactyl maybe trying to follow up with a Rock Slide to get the gear on the opposing one, but it's just be outspent. Maybe losing that speed tie yet again, just not helping a lot. It is going to be a Bug Bite into King Gambit. That almost one-hit KO'd the King Gambit here, just proving how strong Mega Scizor is. The Tailwind Peter's out, but I have a feeling this isn't about Tailwind anymore. I think this is about the damage, and that is a Charizard Y. That is the answer you want for Scizor, but there's still an Aerodactyl on the opposing field with that Rock Slide threat there.
It's looking pretty difficult here for Shishio to kind of crawl out of again. You got the priority Bullet Punch here from Mega Scizor's Swords Dance, so we know that's taking out a 4 HP King Gambit without a doubt, and it will do probably a significant chunk of damage to that Charizard as well. And then not to mention a Rock Slide or something like that coming out from the Aerodactyl on Pokemaster's side. Definitely not going to be a good feeling, but. Going for the Bullet Punch into King Gambit here, and the Rock Slide also going into King Gambit for the Protect, and it's able to pick up a one-hit knockout on Charizard. So it is looking like Pokemasters is basically sealing this game up in their favor. And guess we'll
Yeah,
kind of
maybe
see.
hoping for that Rockside miss here so that you could just get any attack off of Charizard, but with that connecting and getting the KO on Charizard, that is just a loss. As Shishio admits that, hey, I don't have anything to deal with this Scissor anymore. And yeah, with that, that was just an amazing 2-0 here for Pokemasters, who is going to go to top 4. So, a really quick set here and just making quick work of even that Hisuian Zoroark that might have caught them off guard turn 1. I don't know, maybe it was the play to just say, hey, I'm just gonna sacrifice my Aerodactyl and then Basque Legion is gonna sweep in reverse. We don't know.
Yeah, and an interesting choice there with the Mega Caesar. I've been bumping into that a few times when I'm playing on ladder, and seeing Bullet Punch come out from a
Hmm.
Mega Caesar, definitely not a fun thing to be on the receiving end of. And it's just cool to see.
It's super
Again, we have
scary.
a lot of unique teams kind of progressing into these later stages of this event. So as I said before, it'll be really interesting to see if any of these teams kind of have an effect on the meta. We might not be an entire team copy situation, but hey, maybe one Pokemon gets switched in place of another from one of the top performing teams of this event with more of a unique pick on their team. But with that,
Hmm. Oh.
we will take a short break. We will throw on some bonus matches if there are any currently ongoing, which it does appear to be. So just give us a few moments to get those matches pulled up, and we will catch you in the next round.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at our top 4 of the SpearPillar 2 tournament. Now, my name is Simon Schmon van der Borgt, and I'm here joined by Joe Talamaster J. How are we feeling for this top 4 right now?
Simon, we have had incredible battles all throughout Swiss yesterday. We have had incredible battles all throughout our top cut bracket. And now we're at the top 4, man. I am just so excited to see who is going to win the tournament.
Exactly. So we are getting quite close. We were like watching, spectating a match earlier as well, which was getting kind of close as well with that Rotom Heat versus that Escadrille in the end game there. But now we are going to be watching two Goliaths play. Really, we have Fenrir with a Scovillain team, Sylveon, Basque Legion, Aerodactyl, A/Garchomp. I am a fan of seeing like this metagame change of like having these Garchomps not necessarily always be like the most fast, most offensive, but like getting a little bit more bulky and with Citrus Berry to have that long kind of longevity as well.
I am as well. I mean, we've had some good discussions about Mega Scovillain and how very good that ability is. And it may be just a little broken in my opinion. But at the same time, this set on this Scovillain that Fenrir is using with the Rage Powder, the Overheat, the Leech Seed, and the Protect, depending on the investment, this could actually be a Scovillain that cannot be knocked out.
Yeah, that is one of the scary things of the ability as well. And having before that, having Moody, so you can do the cheeky protect kind of play where you are wanting to get maybe a buff in the stat for defense, so you have a little bit more of that longevity as well. But let's take a look at the opposing team. We just saw them finish.
You have a
on
lot
the
of
side
longevity.
match. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say you have a lot of longevity on Fenrir's team, but looking at Imestone, there is something on their team that I think can actually help out against this Scovillain, and that is going to be the Washed Rotom, and even the Hydreigon, because Hydreigon and Washed Rotom, they don't care about getting burned, as they're predominantly a special attacker.
Yeah, exactly. And we are seeing a Hydreigon immediately be led. It is a choice Scarf Hydreigon and a Tyranitar with that Tyranitarite, which is the perfect support here for the team with something like Excadrill, Corviknight. I am a fan of seeing Mimikyu as well, being like a sort of support set with Shadow Sneak trying to finish off Pokemon, but also just a fairy type Pokemon with the access to Will-O-Wisp together with that Roto to try and get your team a little bit more defensive in that regard, as you're able to tank these hits quite easier. But now, A/Garchomp on the field as well. That Garchomp is a little afraid of a Dracometeor, I feel.
It is afraid of a Draco Meteor from this Hydreigon, and this Hydreigon also has the Choice Scarf, but we're going to see a Mega Evolution right on the first turn. Mega Tyranitar has appeared!
Yeah, Mega Tyranitar getting quite a few more stats here, and we have the Dark Pulse into the A/Aegis-Slash, being able to take that quite well in its shield form. Dragon Claw going into the Hydreigon, barely able to survive, but with that Sandstorm, it will as well get knocked out. Tyranitar outspeeding the A/Slash, and at least the A/Slash has been felled right now. So that's 1-1 KO on this turn.
That is a huge knockout there on the Aegis-Slash, because the Aegis-Slash did have access to the Sacred Sword, which would have been extremely effective into this Mega Tyranitar, but a one-for-one trade, getting the pseudo-legendary off the board on Imestone for Fenrir, that is massive for Fenrir's strategy right now.
Yeah, so we have Imestone thinking about what's the next line of plays, because Garchomp is still a scary Pokemon, especially if you see something like with the Citrus Berry. You are expecting it to be a little bit more bulky. We have the Basque Legion coming in and the Corviknight. Corviknight being one of those Pokemon that is absolutely perfectly capable of walling out Garchomp. with its natural typing there, as Basculegion is a really good Pokemon to try and deal some solid damage, especially increase thanks to that Fallen Comrade with the Last Respects.
Absolutely. That Last Respects is now a base 100 power move on top of getting boosted by the adaptability ability on this Basculegion. And even though Corviknight is notoriously a defensive Pokemon and as a steel type alongside this Tyranitar and Garchomp, being rock and ground types respectfully, they will not take Sandstorm damage here. But we're going to see the fourth Pokemon on Fenrir's side is going to be this Scovillain, as Tyranitar also switches out on Imstone's side for the fourth and final Pokemon, revealing to be the Wash Rotom. And in comes that Liquidation, not very effective into this Wash Rotom and taking just a little bit of chip. But more importantly, the Tailwind has been set up on Imstone's side by this Corviknight.
Yep, Tailwind being set up right now, having the speed advantage there. Scovillain, a very good switch in here as it is getting a Spadef boost. The speed drop does not really matter for it as it is going to be outsped. Nonetheless, a Brave Bird is super effective, but Scovillain is tend to be ran quite bulky. So even a double up from like a Hydro Pump being neutral and Brave Bird could not potentially KO it, as this Basculegion is actually staying relatively safe as long as the Scovillain clicks that Rage Powder.
Yes, if the Rage Powder comes out on this Scovillain will be able to redirect any moves from this Corviknight and Wash Rotom, as they do not have any moves in their move sets that can be classified as a spread move, which would be able to target the Basculegion. They also don't have the Safety Goggles item because Safety Goggles is not available right now in Pokemon Champions, and seeing that, Fenrir is going to switch out the Basculegion back into their Garchomp as Mega Scovillain has been activated, and these peppers are getting just a little too spicy for my liking.
Yeah, spicy indeed. We have the Brave Bird from the Corviknight coming out. It is targeting into that Garchomp slot, doing quite a bit of damage, not enough to bring it down to its Citrus Berry just yet, but the Rough Skin is dealing some damage as the Scovillain is able to go for that Overheat onto the Corviknight, and that is enough for the kill because, of course, Overheat, very strong attack. Scovillain's special attack will now drop, but the utility of Scovillain is still there as the Rotom itself taking these Sandstorm hits now, and now only two Pokemon remaining on Imstone's side, being that Tyranitar and the Rotom Bosch.
Yes, knocking out that Corviknight is massive for Fenrir, because Corviknight having that Brave Bird meant it would have had a super effective move into the Scovillain. Meanwhile, here's the Mega Tyranitar coming back out for Imstone, and it does have Rock Slide, it does have Knockoff, it does have Low Kick. It is exactly like this Wash Rotom, except that Rock Slide is a spread move, but at the first sight of damage on this Scovillain, its Spicy Spray ability will activate and burn this Tyranitar.
Yeah, so being in this position, what is the adaptation here? What is your solution here? Garchomp going for the Protect here, and the Scovillain just as well, trying to outstall this Tailwind for just another turn, as we are seeing Imstone's decision making here. It is going to be a Hydro Pump into that Garchomp, as well a Rock Slide into Tyranitar, saying, okay, you know what? You are able to potentially burn me, but as long as I have Tailwind, I do have the advantage offensively. Tyranitar is still a very strong physical attacking Pokemon, despite maybe getting burned here. Hitting this Scovillain super effective might be priority uno.
Yes, it might be the first priority on this Mega Tyranitar. And also, this is going to be the last turn of the Sandstorm here. So while Scovillain doesn't have a super effective Grass-type move into this Tyranitar, the Garchomp, it still has access to Earthquake, which would be super effective into the Mega Tyranitar, but with no damage into the Wash Rotom due to the Wash Rotom having Levitate. Here's the Rage Powder from Scovillain to redirect, and it redirects a Will-O-Wisp into the Scovillain, but also Tyranitar. Rock Slide comes out, super effective. Scovillain survives it on 19 HP, and the Spicy Spray is going to activate, burning this Tyranitar. But what happened with this Garchomp? Did it flinch? Well, we're gonna find out after it takes a little break to eat its citrus berry, but it did flinch!
It did flinch! Whoa! And the sandstorm did subside. One more, the tailwind is now over as well. Skull Villain not really has done its job by burning one of these targets at least. Rotom itself is still able to go for a Hydro Pump, trying to take a KO onto this Skull Villain, as the Tyranitar, while being burned, does carry less usefulness, as it is still able to hit that Basculegion in the back for super effective damage, like with something like a knockoff. The Garchomp itself seems to be more of an issue right now, as there's no real good way of hitting it right now.
There is no real good way of hitting the Garchomp right now. As this Wash Rotom, it did go for that Will-O-Wisp on the last turn, trying to burn the Garchomp and lower the power of its physical attacks as long as it remains on the battlefield. But also, here's the Tyranitar going for Protect, trying to avoid an Earthquake potentially from this Garchomp. Skull Villain also protects itself on this turn. Let's see if Earthquake was the move of choice. It is Earthquake on the Garchomp, and it's going to do no damage here due to both partner Pokemon protecting itself and Wash Rotom levitating above the ground. And that allows the Will-O-Wisp to come out and burn the Garchomp.
Yeah, that was an excellent read here, making sure that this Garchomp is going to do less damage. Tyranitar does get a increase in its bulk, so it is now even is able to survive even more right now, thanks to that burn onto the Garchomp. A kill onto the Skull Villain seems more likely to happen right now, as well as it is still able to redirect one more move, as the Garchomp is free to then go for a super effective attack like Earthquake in the following turn. It will just do that little bit more or less.
You're absolutely right there, Simon. We're going to see what this Rotom wants to go for, because it is still above 50% HP. It has not been able to eat its own Citrus Berry just yet, which means that if Rotom goes below 50% and it stays alive, there is a chance that it can take another hit. Here comes the Dragon Claw from Garchomp, but burn takes lower damage. Thunderbolt from this Rotom, it's not very effective. Skull Villain survives it on 7 HP and burns the Rotom with the Spicy Spray.
Yeah, that was that earlier switch in from the Moody coming in clutch there, making sure that this Rotom was unable to kill it. So now 2 attacks having to be targeted into that Skull Villain slot. Now, every Pokemon taking, they're taking part of the job of getting a little sunburned right now. Now, the only Pokemon left is the Basculegion, unburned, untouched, and untethered, because it has 2 fallen comrades. That means that this last aspect is going to do some devastating damage.
It is going to do some devastating damage here into this Wash Rotom with the last respects or the liquidation into this Mega Tyranitar. And also, it's important to note that this Basculegion is at 183 HP, Simon. That means that this Basculegion, even though it has the Focus Sash as an item, it would be able to have the Tyranitar, who is burned, to do more damage with Knockoff, because Knockoff will get the power boost while knocking off the item.
Yep, that's a good point here. I am wondering, because you are Focus Sash, you tend to just go all out in the offense, and Basculegion is not willing to risk it. Going for that Protect here right now, making sure Rotom going for the Protect as well. Let's see if Tyranitar is going for the Protect as well, trying to scout out for a certain Earthquake. No Protect, Earthquake coming out from the Garchomp, super effective. It is still burned, it is spread damage, and that isn't Mega Tyranitar, but is it enough for picking up a kill? It is most likely not. Oh my days, that did nothing.
And the Knockoff was going to go into the Basculegion slot. Basculegion protects itself, takes no damage on this turn, and every Pokemon except this Basculegion takes a little bit of a burn from the attacks that they have taken.
Yeah, so now being in this turn, I do think a Last Suspect plus another Earthquake could seal up the deal. The Earthquake won't kill the Basculegion, but you could very well, Last Suspect will kill the Rotom in that regard. We haven't seen quite what the speed interaction is for the Rotom and the Basculegion. The Rotom could potentially be faster, if, depending on how these Pokemon are trained, of course. We saw from the movements earlier that the Basculegion's Protect came out first, as the Rotom is going for the Protect again onto a possible attack here. Dragon Claw going into that Tyranitar slot, still surviving here. Last Respect on that unprotected Rotom, and Rotom is down. Only the Tyranitar left. and Tyranitar is only really able to deal super effective damage onto this Basculegion knockoff. Not even enough!
That burn was absolutely massive there for the Tyranitar, because without that burn, knockoff would have finished off this Basculegion there. But because of the burn, the damage was halved, and Basculegion is able to survive itself in a 2v1 situation here against this Mega Tyranitar.
Yeah, this is not looking great, of course. I don't think Armstone is expecting to win this game from this position on, but trying to consider what are the plays that have been made, what are adaptations to be had here, because we do know that the Hydreigon is like an important piece as well, because it is able to attack with that special attacker, of course, onto the Scovillain. Scovillain was a little lucky with getting a Spadef boost. Thanks to that, it was able to tank those the Rotom hit a little bit easier, but in the end game, the main idea of that Scovillain is like, let's just try to burn everything around here.
It is just incredible how devastatingly effective that Spicy Spray ability can be to either affecting somebody's strategy or derailing your opponent's strategy. And the fact that Scovillain has access to Rage Powder, which allows it to redirect any attack it wants and ensure that a Pokemon gets burned on your opponent's side, you essentially are making them play to your game state. And that is just why I love this ability, even though I hate this ability. It is just... Simon, I think it's safe to say this is the new Dire Claw.
Ooh, I can actually see that. Instead of like Dire Claw, of course, stealing games away and now burn, showcasing how important it is. Because Pokemon has been a lot of physical meta most of the time as well. Like these physical attackers tend to be stronger, like having high attack stats. And base power moves like, let's say, Earthquake, Last Respects, stuff like that. Very strong, and the main way of dealing with that is Intimidate. But now we have an even better solution, which is that Scovillain, because you have threats running around like that King Gambit, who is not only immune to like Intimidate, but will get an attack boost instead as well. So that is what Scovillain does best. Make sure that at least all the physical attackers can be dealt with. Rage Powder to make sure that nothing is able to attack its partner Pokemon. And then you have things like Overheat to try and deal when opponents are trying to play too defensively, so you're able to hit it with a very strong Overheat instead.
I agree. It just showcases the power of the status conditions, that we know Poison has been a preferred one. We know Paralysis and Sleep is the ultimate status condition. But Burn, if you can get it on a physical attacker, that instantly can affect your opponent's gameplay. Let's get into game number 2 here. We're going to see Imestone lead with Corviknight and Rotom Wash. And for Fenrir, it's going to be the Guard Shop and the Aegislash.
Alright, immediately we do know that this Rotom loves clicking Will-O-Wisp on either of these targets. We have Sacred Sword on the Aegislash. Aegislash is a very powerful Pokemon, but getting burned will cripple it quite a bit. It is not able to protect through it because something like King Shield doesn't block non-attacking moves like Will-O-Wisp in that regard. So maybe a switch out to the Scovillain could very well happen as well. So if you're trying to do a pincer attack in that regard, trying to make sure like, okay, I'm Will-O-Wisping that slot, I'm Brave Birdsing that slot, making sure that if the Scovillain switches it will at least get punished by one of the two. No switches, Garchomp going for that Dragon Claw instead.
Going for the Dragon Claw right now, and that allows this Rotom to set up a Will-O-Wisp into the Aegislash, and this Aegislash being a physical attacker with the attacking moves, now the damage is mitigated from this Aegislash. Tailwind comes out from the Corviknight as stance change. This Aegislash goes from its shield form to its blade form. Rotom attacked by its Citrus Berry by a Poltergeist, and it brings it down to 53 HP, thus allowing the Citrus Berry to be ate by this Wash Rotom.
Yep, and now because it has its item removed, it is unable to be attacked by something like Poltergeist right now. So we can very likely see something happen like a double up onto the Garchomp, like a Will-O-Wisp or even a Brave Bird from the Corviknight, trying to make sure that this Garchomp has been dealt with because it was such a threat in the last game. So maybe Imestone is going to adapt to this kind of strategy. Aegislash switching out. Is this the Scovillain again?
It is the Scovillain again, as the Garchomp protects itself, trying to avoid a burn on its own right here from the Rotom, and the Rotom's Will-O-Wisp will go into the Garchomp. Meanwhile, the Corviknight bulks up, takes a chance to bulk itself up and raise its attack and defense by 1 stage. Scovillain gets a Moody boost on the special attack being sharply raised, but lowers a stage of defense. That is a really unfortunate Moody boost in the face of a Corviknight that just bulked up.
Yep, and the Tailwind is up as well. So this Brave Bird is one of the most powerful things this Scovillain is going to see right now. Even if you are getting burned, if only one Pokemon gets burned, Scovillain hasn't done its job well enough. So we could see a Protect again from the Scovillain while the Garchomp tries to go for an attack, for example, and try and get another Moody boost, but that is risky. You just could get another defense drop as well. So the decision making here will be quite important. You could just switch back into the Aegislash, try to get another Moody boost at a later time.
We could see the Moody boost at a later time, but we are going to see Garchomp switch out back into the Aegislash. Rotom going to protect itself on this turn for no damage, and Scovillain will follow suit with a Protect of its own right. Let's see where the Corviknight attacked. It's a Brave Bird into the Scovillain, realizing the Moody boost helps out the Corviknight. Moody's going to come out, a special defense raise, but another physical defense drop on the Scovillain.
Yeah, this feels like a little commentator's curse there, as a Braver will absolutely demolish this Scovillain right now, as the Rotom is able to just go for a safe attack onto the Aegislash. Aegislash is still a decent attacker, like it changes its base stats to 140 base attack with something, but it is burned. It is a physical attacker, it is burned. There's a Rotom there, and it's quite bulky. There's even a Corviknight that has bulked up as well. So what is the plan here? What is the adaptation? It is going to be a switch out to the Garchomp here. Let's see if it's able to take this Braver. Will-O-Wisp into that slot, trying to punish this Garchomp immediately, and that is working out stupendously.
A huge call there by Imestone, burning the Garchomp on the switch in. Here's a +1 Brave Bird into this Garchomp, bringing it just under 50%. The rough skin and the recoil damage before the Citrus Berry. But more importantly, this Garchomp is burned.
Yeah, burned, and now Aegislash going into attack form and Sacred Sword. We can see how little that just did. That is non-stab, that is burned, that is a Corviknight and a Rotom on the field, kind of really managing the field quite well, because now you're able to set up the Tailwind again, because Garchomp nor Aegislash is really able to punish this Corviknight to just do it again and make sure it keeps it bulk as well, so that it might be able to kill the Scovillain at a later time.
It very well could KO the Scovillain at a later time. This Corviknight is in a prime position with 2 physical attackers that are burned in front of it, and even with the burn on these 2 Pokemon, the Corviknight has that +1. You get another Tailwind up. Scovillain, it will just probably drop from that super effective Brave Bird unless it gets a positive defense to its Moody boost.
Yep, the Dragon Claw going into that Rotom. Rotom being able to tie that quite well. Hydro Pump into the Garchomp, trying to chip down this Garchomp, as Corviknight can go for yet another Tailwind. Let's see, this Aegislash still has to move Sacred Sword again onto the Rotom, but Rotom still hanging on. This leftovers and those burns are paying dividends right now, making sure that Imestone is in perfect control right now.
Imestone is in absolutely perfect control right now of this board state. With the Corviknight setting up that Tailwind, you now have 3 more turns where both your Rotom, your Corviknight, and whatever Pokemon are in the back for Imestone. We still have yet to see what is in the back for Imestone, and Garchomp going to protect itself here, and Aegislash will follow suit with the King's Shield. So now if Corviknight attacks the Aegislash, it'll lose a stage of attack, Hydro Pump, the move of choice, into the Aegis Slash, but Corviknight bulking itself up again.
Yep, another bulk up, another day. You know, this Corviknight is getting scarier by the minute, and not really a lot of answers being shown here from Fenrir's side, as we do know that Scovillain is in the back, and most likely that Basque Legion. And as long as both this Rotom and this Corviknight are in Tailwind, they will have the advantage in this regard. So what do you do to circumvent this? There's still 2 more turns of Tailwind where you have to try and deal with it. You could let these Pokemon go down, the A-Slash and the Corviknight going for the Shadow Sneak, trying to KO this Rotom. Let's see, Spell Tag is enough. It's not 1 HP!
The 1 HP survival, are you kidding me? That allows Rotom to knock out Garchomp with the Hydro Pump, and Corviknight going for Roost.
To add insult to injury, this Corviknight is fine to just stay here. There's still another turn of Tailwind where something has to be done. Rotom has finished off the Garchomp with a strong Hydro Pump here. Now, Scovillain can switch in, but will need to protect if it wants a cheeky Moody boost, or even if it wants to have a way of overheating this Corviknight just as well. So, what is the position here to do? You could switch out your Rotom and try and see maybe something like a Tyranitar could switch in. So maybe the following turn you're able to at least Rock Slide this Scovillain plus Braver to try and absolutely clear it up. Because as long as there's been enough Pokemon cleared out, Basque Legion having to win a 1v3 is quite hard.
It is going to hit quite hard. Scovillain going for the Protect here, just to make sure it can survive. Here's the Hydro Pump into this Blade form. Aegis Slash picks up the knockout into Aegis Slash.
Yeah, this is why you keep your guard up all times, Aegis Slash, to try and survive this. Corviknight going for the Brave Bird onto that Protect on the Scovillain. Let's see what the Moody boost is. Moody, defense rose sharply, speed drop. So we have now a Brave Bird that is at neutral, pretty much, because there's a +2 defense onto the Scovillain. There's a +2 attack onto the Corviknight. So, and with that speed drop, you're guaranteeing that there's a way for you to Brave Bird this Scovillain for certain.
There is a way that you are guaranteed to outspeed this Scovillain thanks to that Moody drop. But again, this will be super effective on the Corviknight into this Scovillain at +2 on the attack on this Corviknight. It's a +2 on the Scovillain. It is going to be a close call here, but more importantly, Mega Scovillain showcasing itself on the battlefield, which means a Spicy Spray could be in effect. Basque Legion going for the Aqua Jet and taking out the Rotom. Rotom finally knocked out for Einstone after doing a real good job. Here's that +2 Braver into the +2 Scovillain! And Scovillain survives it on 13 HP! Burns the Corviknight in return. Corviknight will have to take recoil damage here, and Scovillain goes for the overheat. It hits the Corviknight, and it does enough to knock it out. We are down to the final 2 Pokemon on either side.
Yeah, on either side, but the next 2 Pokemon switching in are fully healthy. You have still the Basque Legion, who is still a quite scary threat and can be protected thanks to that Rage Power from the Scovillain. It will all depend on what these Pokemon will be. It is first off Hydreigon and the Tyranitar. Both Pokemon's excellent options here, as something like a Snarl or even a Dark Pulse from the Hydreigon seems to be quite safe, as Basque Legion's last respect is quite strong, but it is still resisted by Hydreigon. It is also resisted by Tyranitar, and also the water moves that Basque Legion can do is also resisted by Hydreigon. So Hydreigon kinda looking good right now.
Dragon is looking very good right now, especially with the fact that it's Choice Scarf. But whatever move it chooses, it is locked into here. The Scovillain can, in theory, redirect at least one move, which would be probably that Dark Pulse, as the Tyranitar activates on Imestone's side to reveal Mega Tyranitar once again alongside this Hydreigon. Scovillain going for that Rage Powder, trying to avoid any damage into Basque Legion, but Hydreigon goes for the Dark Pulse into the Skull Villain, and it will knock it out.
Knocked out and burned out. There goes that mega school villain. Now, only Basque Legion left on the field. Basque Legion has done some amazing feats, but is it enough? Liquidation into the Tyranitar. It is super effective, but not enough. Tyranitar hangs on, is able to get a knockoff in the following turn, and with Sand, that will be a KO as well. Focus Sash or not. So suddenly a complete turnaround from Imestone.
A complete turnaround from Imestone here with the Dragon getting buffeted by the Sandstorm alongside Basque Legion, but it's going to be enough. Imestone clutches their way and forces a game 3 in this best of 3 semifinal set.
Yep, so that means we're back here. We're back to the planning stages, really. Trying to see, like, what is the plan. The Corviknight, really good. Especially when there's no Skull Villain as of yet. You're able to bulk up. You're able to wall out. The Rotom is able to Will-O-Wisp everything except for that Skull Villain. So, the adaptation that I could see is try and bring the Skull Villain immediately. Go for that overheat as fast as you can onto that Corviknight, because when that Corviknight gets set up, when that Corviknight gets the Tailwind, it is near impossible to be removed, right?
It is, and we saw how much damage it did to that Skull Villain there. It almost got the knockout with the Brave Bird at +2, even after the Skull Villain got the Moody boost into its physical defense. That is exactly what you want out of the Skull Villain's Moody boost. Yes, Moody is a very like niche ability, so to speak, because you don't know what you're going to get. Everybody hopes you get the one stat that you are using, but if you don't get that stat, how do you adapt around that boost? And truthfully, Fenrir did a real good job at it for the most part, and then got the boost they needed in the face of that Corviknight to take it out. But unfortunately, at the end, it was that Choice Scarf Hydreigon in Imestone. Imestone did not reveal his 4th and final Pokemon until that last segment. And that's when we knew how Hydreigon was going to be the win con.
Yeah, excellent point. So the plans are now reversed from that game 1, where the Hydreigon was in the lead before. It might now be in the back. As on the opposing end, the Skull Villain was the Pokemon in the back, as it might be in front now. So the adaptations are set. The players are ready. These players will have to try and adapt left and right here what their opponent will think, because it is game 3, and let's get it. We are in the top 4 of the SpearPillar tournament 2. What are these players leading? Oh my god, I just want to know. Is it Skull Villain in the beginning? It's Tyranitar and Corviknight as the leads, making sure that no Sash are broken. Skull Villain and Sylveon, actually.
Wow, a nice switch up here, bringing Sylveon. We have not seen this Sylveon in games 1 or 2 for Fenrir, but with that Fairy Feather, it is going to do massive damage to this Tyranitar, even with the Sand boost, giving a 50% raise to its special defense stat, because this Sylveon, it is holding the Fairy Feather, and all 3 of its moves, Hyper Voice, Quick Attack, and Hyper Beam, will all turn into a Fairy type move. This Tyranitar does not want to take any damage from this Sylveon right now.
Yep, exactly. And the Corviknight doesn't want to take any damage from this Skull Villain either, depending on how it is trained. Tyranitar going for that Mega immediately. There's no switches happening. That means that this Corviknight could potentially be trained to be quite fast, so it is able to outspeed the Skull Villain here, or the Skull Villain might even protect here, but no, immediate Mega on both ends here right now. Spicy Spray versus Sandstream. Who comes out on top after this turn?
We're about to find out as the Corviknight goes for the Brave Bird. Raw Brave Bird into this Mega Skull Villain. Brings it down to 23 HP, but it will get burned and take recoil damage in return. Does Sylveon go first, or does Tyranitar go first? Let's find out. It's going to be Tyranitar going for the Rock Slide. Super effective. Mega Skull Villain will be knocked out, but the damage is done as both Imestone's Tyranitar and Corviknight have been burned.
Yeah, both burn, but importantly, the Corviknight's still hanging on. So Hyper Beam, but it misses! What?
My god, a missed Hyper Beam is absolutely incredible for Imestone. Losing the ability to potentially lose your Tyranitar there is massive for Imestone, because that would have been a massively effective move into this Tyranitar.
Yeah, and honestly, I just love the animation as well. It just looks great. But the Corviknight now is still a bit hanging on. It is burned, so the attack stat is half, but it is still a Pokemon that provides utility with the Bulk Ups, with the Brave Birds, with the Tailwinds. And we do know that the Tyranitar is able to tank a move from this Basculegion as well. So this could very well just be a Rock Slide from this Tyranitar, trying to make sure that the Sylveon might get flinched or, you know, misses another Hyper Beam. You know, it can happen.
It definitely can happen. That Hyper Beam could miss with that 90% accuracy there, as we just saw on the first turn. And Tyranitar cannot knock out this Basculegion while burned with the knockoff. Here comes Last Respect, 100 base power into the Corviknight, brings it down to just 41 HP. Corviknight gets the Tailwind up though. So Tailwind starts blowing and guarantees this Tyranitar is faster than the Sylveon. Rock Slide comes out, Sylveon brought down, 66 HP. Hyper Voice is the move of choice, not Hyper Beam, Hyper Voice, and it does enough to pick up Corviknight.
Yeah, Sash broken onto the Basculegion. Corviknight finally down, but Corviknight has done its job. Remove the school villain, get up the Tailwind. Let's see what the remaining Pokemon are. Like something like a Hydreigon could be decent into that Basculegion, but would really not love looking at that Sylveon right now. Even a quick attack from a Sylveon, it could do devastating damage to a 4 times weak Hydreigon.
It definitely could do big damage to Hydreigon if Hydreigon is revealed to be in the back for Imestone. The third Pokemon is going to be, though, this Rotom Wash. So Wash Rotom is in a really strong position here. Because of the Tailwind, it is faster than this Basculegion, and it is threatening it with not only Will-O-Wisp to burn and ruin the physical attacks, that it can just knock it out with Thunderbolt here.
Yep, exactly. And with that Tailwind support from that Corviknight that has fallen, this is looking like a lock in that regard. Maybe something that Fenrir has in the back to try and adapt, try and change the outcome here. We saw that liquidation onto the Tyranitar earlier did about 80%. Now this could very well mean that maybe with some time and like a quick attack or two, an Aqua Jet plus quick attack could put this Tyranitar in range for something like Aqua Jet plus quick attack in that regard, and trying to stall out this Tailwind. Rotom going for the Thunderbolt onto the Basculegion. A switch in like the Garchomp would have been quite good here, but as long as Tailwind has been set up, this Tyranitar doesn't need to risk anything with this turn, and now is able to yet again go for a Rock Slide or even a knockoff into the Basculegion and a T-Bolt guided towards that Sylveon.
It very well could be a Thunderbolt going into Sylveon here, but Sylveon has a very strong special defense stat, so there is a chance that it could survive this Wash Rotom. It really depends on how Wash Rotom is invested alongside this Sylveon. So let's see if Sylveon goes down here. That actually would help out Imestone if the Hydreigon is the fourth and final Pokemon. Basculegion going to switch out here and reveal the fourth and final Pokemon for Fenrir is the Garchomp. Thunderbolt goes into the Sylveon though, and it does enough to knock it out!
Yep, that means that Tyranitar still has to do a follow-up here. It is going to be the knockoff so that Citrus Berry won't be snacked on no more. Garchomp with its rough skin will do a little bit of extra damage onto that Tyranitar right now. There's one more turn of Tailwind, I believe. That means that both the Sylveon and the Garchomp are able to just protect themselves, but that does give the option for Imestone to try and punish this as well as possible.
There is a way for Imestone to punish this. The Wash Rotom is still in a strong position here against this Basculegion with the threat of Thunderbolt and the Will-O-Wisp into this Garchomp. If either one of these Pokemon get knocked out here, that helps out Imestone immensely. And again, we still don't know what that fourth Pokemon is. Sylveon going down, if it is a Hydreigon, Simon, that is huge for Imestone to get rid of a massive threat on your opponent's side.
Yep, exactly. So what is the way to wiggle out? One more turn of Sandstorm as well. Let's see, Basque Legion going to protect. No protect from the Garchomp then, because the Garchomp tends to be faster here. Rota going for the Thunderbolt here. There's no switch out onto the Tyranitar either. Knockoff also targeted to that Basque Legion. So that means an Earthquake or a Dragon Claw onto the Rotom to do some devastating damage still. And now, Sandstorm is over. The burn brings Tyranitar quite low. The Tailwind is over. The Basque Legion outspeeds the Rotom, is able to go for last respects. Garchomp very much can bring this Tyranitar in range for anything, like for example an Earthquake or a Dragon Claw. What does I'm Stone still have in the back now that this Tailwind has been stalled out?
The Tailwind has been stalled out. It just comes down to where this Basque Legion targets alongside the Garchomp. Garchomp could go for a Dragon Claw into this Tyranitar and knock it out. Rotom is going to protect itself here and make sure it survives another hit from this Basque Legion, but Tyranitar will not be able to survive this Dragon Claw from the Garchomp, and it's knocked out. Last respects will go into the Wash Rotom. No damage though.
No damage, meaning what I'm thinking is in the back is that Hydreigon, and Hydreigon does have the potential to KO the Basque Legion or the Garchomp from this range. A Draco Meteor onto the Garchomp will KO it, a Dark Pulse will KO the Basque Legion just as well. Now, you are having to make a decision here. Both players have like still access to their minds and knowing what to click, what is their best way towards the end. Basque Legion outspeeds the Rotom, so Dark Pulse into Basque Legion seems relatively safe. Garchomp can then go for a Dragon Claw into Hydreigon and maybe get a high roll, KO it, where the Basque Legion and Garchomp can then double up onto the Rotom, as Rotom doesn't have any moves to KO this Garchomp in one go.
You're absolutely right there, Simon. This Basque Legion looks in a real good position, but it is going to protect itself, maybe scout where this Hydreigon attacks. The Hydreigon, it's Draco Meteor into the Garchomp! This is super effective, and Garchomp is knocked out!
That was a humongous call to make here. Critical hit as well. Not really mattering that regard. Now at -2, let's hope that this Hydreigon still has what it takes to bring this Basque Legion down, because the lines of play is Basque Legion going for last specs onto the Rotom potentially, or targeting the Hydreigon now with a 150 base power. 200 base power. 200 base power. Last respects here. It is resistant, but it's still a Basque Legion. Draco Meteor coming out. No protect on the Rotom. Let's see how much this is doing. Quite a bit of damage there, I must say. As now Basque Legion is next in line to move. Last respects onto the Rotom. It is down. And we are still in an endgame where any of these sides can win. Draco Meteor can miss. Draco Meteor can miss a KO as well as Basque Legion. With its strong last respects, could prove to be quite effective against this Hydreigon still.
You're absolutely right, Simon. This is a 200 base power if it will be able to hit. Here's that Draco Meteor. It's -4 special attack, but it does enough. Hydreigon does it. I'm Stone defeats Bedware 2-1 and moves on to the final.
Woo! Baby, that was an amazing set here to say the least. Like after that game 1, we absolutely wrote. I felt like I wrote off Einstone a little bit. I'll be surreal getting burned that many times. It just feels bad. But the Corviknight came through. The Hydreigon came through. It was an astounding set to say the least, and very well played by both these players. GG's to both. I'm on the Hydreigon hype train right now.
Simon, you can't see it from my camera. I have goosebumps right now after that match.
I mean, I fully get that. That was a high-stake match still for the SpearPillar Tour. That was our top 4 match, meaning that both matches in top 4 are done, and we are able to move on to finals in just a bit. So, and we are going to see I'm Stone again. We're going to see them clash out with their Hydreigon versus... I do believe it was... I'm checking that out right now as my page is loading because my internet is slow. Versus Layoff, and Layoff we've featured as well, which was the Mega Starmie.
The Mega Starmie. It's gonna be a lot of fun to see. Will Mega Starmie win it, or will it be Mega Tyranitar? We're gonna take a quick break to get this match set up, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the SpearPillar Finals. How are we? Okay, after 2 long days, how are you feeling right now?
Honestly, Simon, I am just amazed at what we're about to see. We have fought our way. These trainers have fought and fought and fought and fought, and now we have made it to the finals. And there may or may not be something that was underrated coming into this tournament, and they might have a shot at winning the whole thing.
Yeah, honestly, I did not expect seeing this to perform this well, because we casted a match yesterday with it as well, where Ed just was able to swing the game completely on its head, because game 1 it was not brought, and then game 2, game 3 it locked the heck in. That is of course the Pokemon, the living legends, the long legs of destiny. It is Mega Starmie.
That Mega Starmie on Loud's team was incredible in Swiss yesterday, and now it has a chance to call itself a SpearPillar champion if it just gets those legs one more rung. It's already up the stairs. It is knocking on the door, but now it is time. Can this Starmie take its legs of power and kick that door in?
I absolutely love the fact that you said go for a run. I adore that. So yeah, so Lao's team is with Mega Starmie, also has a Mega Dragonite and has a core of Rain, which is of course the Pelipper, Archelodon, which are Rain staples to say the least. But then 2 other Pokemon that get added is the Sableye with Light Screen, Reflect, Disable, and Rain Dance to put up that manual rain if needed. And then last but not least, King Gambit with the Black Glasses. Just 3 stab moves, plenty of damage to go around. And we are on the opposing side. We have I'm Stone, who we just saw lock it in, win against a Scovillain team, and now rocking it up with Mega Tyranitar.
They are rocking it up with that Mega Tyranitar that did absolutely incredible damage in that top 4 set. And now with the potential of the Scarf Hydreigon against something like this Mega Starmie, it could be in for the fight of its life here.
Yeah, that is one of the more interesting things as well. Mega Starmie gets to be a physical attacker. Now, it still has not that many good physical attacks. It is Liquidation, Aqua Jet, Zen Headbutt. We saw earlier a Liquidation from a Basculegion not do all that much onto that Tyranitar. Still able to survive it in that regard. But now we have a mega huge power Starmie, and I wanna really see if Tyranitar is able to take the hits here, as it will have to take quite a few versus Rain. Rain versus Sand. Let's take a look at who takes it home.
We're gonna get into game number 1 here, as Loud is gonna lead with the Sableye and the Starmie. But on the side of I'm Stone, it's going to be the Tyranitar and the Hydreigon. So now, a very interesting predicament here for Loud. You want to get that manual rain up with the Sableye, but you also want to potentially get up a Light Screen here to help your Mega Starmie survive this Hydreigon with the Choice Scarf.
Yeah, Choice Scarf does give it the option to just be faster than Starmie, hit it super hard as well, as Starmie doesn't really have a lot of things to go up against this Hydreigon. A Light Screen could very well happen, and then Starmie able to survive at least 1 move, will then be able to potentially follow it up with a strong water type move onto that Tyranitar. We are seeing the Mega Starmie, the legs are unfolded as it is standing proud here, as we'll see a double Mega lead here, as the Tyranitar will go for its Mega just as well, getting those extra bits of bulk and attack stat. So let's see what this turn will entice.
We're gonna see Starmie protect itself here, protecting the scout out what this Hydreigon goes for, as Sableye going for the Light Screen, making sure the Light Screen is up to help this Starmie survive a turn. Hydreigon goes Dark Pulse though into Sableye here, getting it down to 111 HP, but Tyranitar, the double up, a knockoff going into the Sableye and knocking it out!
That was an excellent read here. Now, this army was more than likely going to protect itself to keep at least one more extra turn of that light screen and a potential rain dance that could have been set up by that Sabai. So recognizing that I'm Stone truly threw the just a dark type stab at it as a knockoff and a dark pulse into that Sabai and immediately removing it. Only light screen has been set up. A Pelipper could very well switch in, but there's still a dark pulse to deal with, which you can always go for a little itty bitty tiny flinch.
You always can go for the flinch into this Mega Starmie. And also with Archaladon being the third and final Pokemon, or third Pokemon revealed for Louth, there is the possibility of this Archaladon going for a Dragon Pulse into this Hydreigon, super effective, and could potentially get the knockout in return.
Yep, so with the Archaladon, interesting Pokemon to bring right now. If there was no manual rain setup with the Sableye, there is that possibility, of course, that there's no Pelipper in the back and just entirely trying to rely onto that Pelipper. But no, Hydreigon switching out, Corviknight coming in here right now as liquidation from the Starmie onto that Tyranitar, doing massive damage, but Tyranitar still hangs on.
And gets a defense drop to boot. This Archaladon Dragon Pulses though into the Corviknight, switching. Not very effective damage into the Corviknight. And this Tyranitar goes knockoff into the Archaladon, removing the leftovers but giving it a stamina boost.
Now that's always a good thing to have. Just a little boost can go a long way. Now we have the Corviknight being able to switch in. It can take this liquidation quite decently, as we saw earlier that it is quite beefy. A double up from the Archaladon and the Starmie could still be shrugged off by this Corviknight because it has an excellent typing, being able to resist whatever they want to throw at. Unless there is a Pelipper in the back being able to be switched in, where of course the Archaladon suddenly has access to Electro Shots.
It does have access to that Electro Shot, which would do big damage into the Corviknight if it were to switch. But it's going to be the Starmie switching in and hitting the liquidation, knocking out Tyranitar, and ensuring the weather will be in favor of Louth if the Pelipper is the fourth and final Pokemon.
Yep, Electroshock is coming out, so taking a turn to charge here actually. So so I think there's only manual rain, so that means that the last Pokemon is most likely going to be that King Gambit, unless this is all a excellent ploy here by Louth to try and think that, okay, this is still fine in that position. You are trying to see what that Hydreigon would lock itself into the following turn. Corviknight can switch back in, as it is able to take something like a liquidation, but plus an Electroshock is going to be just a little bit harder. Now, Hydreigon very likely is able to take a kill on either of these Pokemon with a strong move, dependent on how these are trained, because there's still that pesky light screen.
There is still that light screen, which could help this Mega Starmie survive a Dark Pulse from this Hydreigon, and it depends on where this Archaladon targeted with the Electro Shot, because Electro Shot is super effective into the Corviknight spot on Ironstone's side, and this Corviknight has no protection.
Yeah, that is the scary bit here, of course. Hydreigon will have to decide what it will do. It can go for something like a Dark Pulse flinch onto the Archaladon to try and make sure that at least it doesn't get targeted. Did Louth make that big brain play of targeting into the right slot in case of something like this happening? Hydreigon go for the Draco Meteor. Here, it is onto the Archaladon. Let's see if it is enough to kill it. It is not. That live stream paying dividends. Hydreigon now special attack at -2. The Starmie is still free to move as it wants. Liquidation into the Hydreigon right now, as the Archaladon still has to move here. Brave Bird from the Corviknight, showcasing it is faster. Is it able to hang on? It is still hanging on!
A huge survival there at 5 HP!
5 HP and a dream. Let's see. This Electroshock is coming up. It is going into its target, charging. It is the Hydreigon, in fact, as Hydreigon is still locked into that Draco Meteor right now. It is getting chipped down thanks to that Sandstorm, and still this Starmie is on the field, healthy, happily, and walking around, walking on sunshine, honestly.
It is walking on sunshine right now. And with that Aqua Jet threat, it could knock out the Hydreigon on this turn. But I feel like the Hydreigon wants to switch out here and reset its Choice Scarf.
Yeah, that is an option you might consider because you are thinking of the weather, of course. The Hydreigon itself not really liking its own weather. The Tyranitar is now fainted, so the sand can be set up again. If you are switching the Hydreigon out, or if the Pelipper could potentially come in, you are able to do something at least in the following turn. It is Rotom Wash switching Starmie, going for that liquidation onto the Corviknight. This Starmie is putting in the works. Corviknight going for that Tailwind right now. Archeron still having to move on 5 HP. Dragon Pulse into that Corviknight to try and deal with that, and that is gone and out.
That is a huge knockout there for the Archaudon, knocking out the Corviknight, and we're making it a 2-on-2 with this Hydreigon and Wash Rotom, but the Hydreigon is locked in with the Choice Scarf.
Yeah, locked in the Choice Scarf. There's still Aqua Jet from this Mega Starmie. Starmie is really putting in the work, I must say. Now, Aqua Jet puts the Hydreigon more than likely down. Archeron is quite low. Rotom still has some excellent stats to work with, dependent on what Lauf brought. If there is that Pelipper, if there is somehow that Pelipper, the double bluff, that would be an insane thing to see, and that Rotom would be working out quite well. Aqua Jet into Hydreigon, putting it down.
Putting it down as the Thunderbolt comes out into the Archaudon, actually. Knocking out Archaudon and making it a 3v1 here. But the Rotom did survive. The Hydreigon did not survive. And it's going to be Starmie and Pelipper. It was the Pelipper all along.
That is absolutely crazy to see. The raw Electro Shot outside of rain, trusting in their Pokemon. Lauf went for it and it worked out excellently. Now, this is an issue though for Lauf, because right now this Rotom is looking mighty good, as it is able to go for a Thunderbolt onto the Pelipper. It is a Sash Pelipper, of course. It will be able to Tailwind into the following turn, but that only gives you one turn of Tailwind or extra damage. The paralysis happening, maybe even, as the Pelipper is going for that Tailwind, but could get paralyzed into the following turn.
It definitely could get paralyzed, and this Rotom, it's still at full HP, and this Mega Starmie now has huge power with the Zen Headbutt. That move will do massive damage if selected into this Wash Rotom, and might even pick up the knockout in return.
Yeah, and even if not, there's always that little itty-bitty chance of flinching. You know, you always have the flinch chance. Starmie, Zen headbutting it up. Rotom still able to survive it quite well. Let's see. Citrus Berry, Thunderbolt coming out onto the Starmie. Is it enough for the kill? It is enough, meaning that Pelipper is the only Pokemon left, and it is not really able to touch this Rotom quite well with either of its stabs. Weather Ball coming out onto the Rotom. Rotom still relatively... Oh, wow. That was actually really good damage. I was kind of surprised about that. Tailwind has pewtered out. Pelipper, thanks to that paralysis, now is at neutral speed. So if the Rotom is trained to be faster than Pelipper at natural speed times, it will be able to outspeed it. We saw earlier that the Rotom did outspeed the Pelipper in Tailwind, but that was when the Pelipper was paralyzed. But Pelipper paralyzes!
It stays paralyzed, allowing the Thunderbolt to come out. Finish the Pelipper off, and Einstone seals the win and gets game 1.
That was an absurd game. I am an absolute fan of that endgame. Honestly, the bluff of not having the Pelipper in the back. Now, realizing that Rotom is still a very good pick. So, in the end there, I feel like that if there wasn't a para onto the Pelipper could have won still, because I did not expect Weatherball to still do that much damage onto Rotom. That was a resisted hit and still devastating damage, showcasing that this Rotom might have undergone a little bit of a different training, not so much on the special side, but more on the physical defensive side.
It definitely was a little bit more on the physical side there. But again, the fact that the Pelipper, it nearly finished the job. The Tailwind expired and showcased that the Pelipper might have been faster than the Rotom outside of the Tailwind, even with the paralysis. That was a huge turn of events right there.
Yeah, absolutely. That was hard to say really if it was game deciding. Like, it was more than likely game deciding in that regard, as the paralysis didn't really affect that the Pelipper could move, but still having that speed control with that. The Starmie itself not able to survive a Thunderbolt, and now that I'm thinking more and more, I do believe that the Rotom was probably trained to be a bit more offensive in that regard. Now, adaptations, what are we thinking? Because I do feel like when you get called out that hard turn one, Lyoff might be changing a little bit of their strategy here. Maybe not leading the Starmie this time.
They may not be leading the Starmie this time. They might want to have it in the back potentially. Maybe something like that King Gambit could come around.
I honestly can see that. You know, maybe you don't need the Pelipper. You know, like it would have been absolutely grand in that last game. But it is going to be the Starmie and the Sableye, and now we are back at it again. Hydreigon and the Tyranitar. We can see a repeat of that turn one from game one, as the double up onto the Sableye is enough to get that KO. Now, it is all dependent on what these players are thinking. What are you risking? If you are going after that Sableye, you're not risking all that much, as we know that Liquidation did not KO the Tyranitar. The Liquidation won't KO the Hydreigon either, but you will lose your Sableye in the end. But that is the case of, are you protecting or are you attacking?
You are running that risk here about whether or not you want to attack or you want to protect, or you want to get the Sableye, potentially a rain dance up here, just to make sure that the Liquidation could get the range on that Tyranitar. But we actually are going to see Tyranitar switch out here, and in its place comes the Wash Rotom. The Starmanite activating on left side once again, and the legs are flowing.
I absolutely love him. Not T-posing, power posing is the term. As Starmie is going for that protect here right now. Let's see what that Sableye has in store. It's just going to be a light screen. So repeat from that game one here. Now instead the Tyranitar switching out. Hydreigon go for the Dark Pulse onto that Starmie still. So that was a solid choice there. Now, however, you need to be able to survive a Thunderbolt and a Dark Pulse now.
You need to be able to survive that Dark Pulse, and there is a possibility with the threat of the light screen on this Sableye that you could get a light screen up here. Also to note, I don't believe this Rotom has chosen Thunderbolt yet. If it has chose Thunderbolt, you could disable it with Sableye here.
Ooh, that is actually true. I completely forgot about that. The Sableye is running that disable, so meaning it is able to make sure that the attacks that are used won't be that effective, as they are being able to be blocked. Can't work on the Hydreigon because it is a dark type, but Dark Pulse into the Archidna, being able to take that quite well, and will be able to shrug off this T-Ball just as well. And now Emmanuel Rain could very well be the idea of this following turn.
It could very well, and if that's the case, then the Archidna's Electro Shots will suddenly be able to get the charge turn bypassed.
Yeah, I'm absolutely seeing that play. Like the Sableye now proving its longevity still useful. It is able to disable something like the Thunderbolt, for example, now, or could just go for the Rain Dance, trying to guarantee that this Archidna will get a boost here. Hydreigon is switching out, going into that Corviknight. If you are targeting something like that Corviknight right now with that is a very good turn for you, as Rain Dance has been set up. Electro Shot is ready to blow. Rotom going for the Willows, trying to make sure that the leftovers won't heal this Archidna too much, as it will stay at neutral. The damage that's been done will stick at the very least.
But here comes that Electro Shot, and because of this manual rain, Archidna can bypass this charge turn while getting a guaranteed special attack boost. And here comes the Electro Shot at +1 into the Corviknight, and Corviknight is taken down.
That was a call and a half. Seemed like, okay, I don't really mind the Rotom. The Rotom is not harming me. Let me get this boost right here. Corviknight immediately removed there, as now you do have a strong Dragon Pulse into either of these slots that could prove very useful. Tyranitar also not really liking to switch in as long as that manual rain is being able to be set up by this Sableye. You can go for another Electro Shot if you really want to in this regard, but it is risky as Tyranitar could switch in. So a Dragon Pulse into the Hydreigon slot seems quite safe to me.
It does seem quite safe for the switch into that Hydreigon here, but you could also just go for another Electro Shot into that Wash Rotom here, and Wash Rotom, even with the Electro Shot neutrality by virtue of its electric and water type, at +2, I'm not sure Hydreigon can survive, or Rotom can survive. But here comes Tyranitar to reset the weather with the sand. Our Archaludon protects itself to avoid taking any damage on this turn, and Sableye gets the manual rain dance up again.
Yeah, manual rain dance setup, that is very nice here. Now, of course, the Tyranitar can just as well go again for something like the Mega Evolution, where the sand will activate again, but that is no qualm for the Sableye, as if we know the interactions quite well, switching happens first, then Megas, then the Prankster shenanigans. So even if the Tyranitar is going for that Mega, Sableye will always be in control of this weather here, being able to rain dance, and then that does mean that the Rotom could potentially go for a Hydro Pump onto the Sableye and try and put the damage a little bit down. Rotom, however, is the one switching out to the Hydreigon.
Rotom will switch out into the Hydreigon as the Tyranitar will activate, and because the Tyranitar is activating, Mega Tyranitar will have the Sandstream ability come out, and that will reset the weather into sand for Imstone. But the rain dance again from the Sableye. What a call from Lau.
Yep, exactly. Just trying to make sure that this Archaludon Electro Shot will still be working here, going off with that Electro Shot. Let's see who it is targeting. You could expect the Tyranitar, for example, to protect itself and go into the Rotom, and that is exactly what's happening. Resisted hit. I do not want to say that's resisted. That just did over half. Knock off onto the Archaludon will knock off away its leftovers, as it will now slowly be chipped down because of the burn. And the Sableye will get its burn as well. Light Screen has worn off, and Sableye is forced to go for yet another Light Screen. But now I do think the Hydreigon is able to get that kill onto the Archaludon, potentially with a Draco Meteor.
It is possible that with the Draco Meteor, you could knock out this Archaludon, and if you take out the Archaludon, suddenly you are in a really good position, but also Archaludon does have access to Protect, which could allow Lau to scout out what this Hydreigon wants to go for here, while allowing Sableye to get a Light Screen up. And what's also important to note is that the Sableye can go for Disable normally, but because these two Pokemon are Dark types on the opposing side for Imstone, you cannot go for Disable.
Yeah, Disable not in the cards here. They're switching out again, trying to get a repositioning happening here. Rotom back on the field right now, as the Light Screen has been set up. Let's see if Hydreigon is able to lock him in and be able to KO this Archaludon. Draco Meteor is able to connect here. Does it pick up the KO is the question. It doesn't! Archaludon still hanging on by 13 HP. Able to throw another attack out. Again, Dragon Pulse onto the Hydreigon, and the Hydreigon has been dealt with.
Down, Hydreigon is down. A huge survival from this Archaludon thanks to the Light Screen set up by the opposing Sableye. And the Archaludon is at 1 singular HP remaining.
1 HP is all you need when you're Archaludon. Tyranitar being able to switch it, and you can still have this weather control. Rotom is still relatively healthy. That is something that you want to chip down if the same Pokemon have been brought again by Laoth, meaning that the Archaludon, while bulky as it may be, won't be able to outspeed the Rotom, but Rain Dancing does give the option that you're hitting this Tyranitar for better damage with that Starmie. Dependent on what Lauf still has in the back, this game is not yet over.
This game is not over yet. Sableye going for Reflect now, just to make sure it can help its team survive. Here's the Thunderbolt, though, goes into the Archaludon slot and making sure Archaludon is knocked out of the battle.
Yep, Archaludon going down here. Sableye still remaining on the floor. Knockoff not able to pick it up just yet. Although we have the sand, we have the burn. Is that enough to pick up this Sableye's KO? It is also still hanging on strong with a little over 5 HP. Meaning, what Pokemon can come in right now to deal with these two? The Mega Starmie is excellent at able to deal at this versus this Tyranitar. We saw how much Weather Ball earlier did to this Rotom as well. Being able to be enough to make sure that this Rotom gets chipped down so that the Starmie can go for an endgame sweep.
It can go for an in-game sweep here, but what's also important to note is that this Sableye, it can't go for any damaging moves right now. It is completely a support Pokemon. And this Pelipper does have access to Protect, which it could very well go for here and make sure that you survive a turn and get Starmie back out onto the field very cleanly, as Rotom will protect itself as well. Will Tyranitar follow suit? No! Sableye going for Disable into the Rotom. Here's the Weather Ball. It's super effective into this Mega Tyranitar. It's a one-hit knockout!
One hit KO if the rain is up this Tyranitar. Not really liking these water type Weather Balls. Sableye will finally go down because of that burn. But now with these Mega Starmie and the Pelipper still hanging on strong, they could very well be able to deal with this Rotom right now. A Zen Hub but from the Starmie, a Weather Ball from the Pelipper could prove to be enough to lock this game up for Lauf, meaning that we might just see a Game 3.
We might see a Game 3 here, Simon, and that is going to be absolutely incredible as the Mega Starmie has come back out onto the field, and I believe that the white screen is still in effect for this Rotom. And here's the Zen Headbutt, though. Zen Headbutt coming out into the Rotom, bringing it down to 20 HP before the Citrus Berry. There is a chance for a flinch, but no, Pelipper goes first. Pelipper hitting the Hurricane into this Rotom. It's enough! We're going to Game 3!
Wow, critical hit, and finally we have confirmation. Pelipper is in fact faster than Rotom. So last game, that Game 1, that was a very vital, important paralysis here. So that Pelipper could very well be faster, try and deal with that Rotom, even though it was at 1 HP. 2 Weather Balls was enough to deal with it. So that means that Imestone got a little lucky in that Game 1. And now this information has been fully shared with both our players. Now, what are adaptations that we might be considering? First off, that Sableye, he has to go. If you're Imestone, you cannot let that Sableye set up all those screens.
You cannot let the Sableye get those screens up. And also the Disable. If Sableye had disabled that Wash Rotom there, on the turn it went for Protect. That would have been incredible, but that was a great call by Imestone. Go for the Protect, scout out the Disable. And if you scout it out, that allows you to in turn go for the Thunderbolt on the very next turn, knowing that Sableye will fall to the burn residual damage there. And how about that Sableye with Manual Rain Dance? The fact that Manual Rain Dance helps out against this Tyranitar with the Tyranitar Eye and prevents the sand from working on Imestone's side, it basically is a guarantee. You need to get rid of the Sableye. You need to take care of it early, or else it's very difficult to come back.
No, you're absolutely correct here. So looking at the game, how it went, the Hydreigon is important tool to deal with this Starmie. But another tool that we didn't see in this game too was that Corviknight. Corviknight is a Pokemon that is able to set up Tailwind on its own as well, and you might need that speed, especially that with that Tyranitar being able to dish out as much damage as it can do, but you need the speed. So what for adaptations wise, deal with Sableye for Imestone and try to set up your Tailwind. While on the other end, Luca is trying his absolute best to make sure that he gets up the screens, gets up his own Tailwind, and we get a fine sweep inning of that Mega Starmie and the Archelodon. So we are here, finals, and we are here, game 3 of this finals. Imestone versus Laugh. Let's take a look what their leads are.
Well, it's going to be the Starmie and Sableye once again for Loud. And on the side of Imestone, a big switch up here. Mimikyu has made an appearance.
All right, Mimikyu, excellent choice here. Having that Will-O-Wisp, being able to make sure that this Starmie physical prowess is lessened. Also, having access to Play Rough. Dark Pulse plus Play Rough will definitely deal with the Sableye in one turn as well, if you are calling this. Now, we saw in Game 1 and Game 2, the Starmie immediately go for the Protect. It was punished in Game 1, but it wasn't in Game 2. Let's see if Imestone is going to punish it in Game 3, or if Lauf is switching it up by not protecting the Starmie. Starmie going for its long leg Mega Evolution, ready to strike.
Oh, Starmie's going to protect itself here, try to scout out a turn. Sableye going for the light screen, trying to make sure that Hydreigon cannot do any damage into the Starmie right now. It's going to be Snarl, though. Snarl coming out, and that's going to be a spread move. It's going to do damage into the Sableye, but it will lower the special attack stat. And Mimikyu going for Play Rough into the Sableye. The Roselli Berry will help it out, and Sableye has dropped down to just 50 HP.
50 HP, but still hanging on strong. And honestly, this is still a fine position. The Mimikyu is able to go for something like a Will-O-Wisp. Hydreigon is able to go for something like a Dark Pulse into the Sableye, trying to at least clean that up. Oh no, never mind, it is Scarf, so the Snarl trying to deal with a potential switch of the Archelodon in the back, actually.
Yeah, with the Archelodon potentially in the back, Sableye can get up this Reflect here. Hydreigon goes for the Snarl. This will be super effective into the Starmie, but again, because Starmie is a physical attacker now, it will not take as much Reflect. Here's the Liquidation, though, into the Mimikyu, and because Mimikyu has the Disguise ability, it will take this damage with no damage, but the Disguise will cause it to take a little bit of recoil damage. But what did this Mimikyu target with after the White Herb, returning the stats to normal? Will-O-Wisp, it's going into the Mega Starmie! Starmie is burned!
Starmie burn, and that is one of the game plans that has been gone astray for Lauf right now. We saw the Snarl do decent damage to the Starmie despite the light screen. So honestly, I'm thinking that even a Dark Pulse could very much bring the Starmie super low, and this is not a bad position for Lauf at all. Mimikyu still hanging on, Hydreigon still hanging on, something like a Play Rough plus a Snarl dealing quite well with the Archelodon. It will get a stamina boost, but you could as well go for the Will-O-Wisp. Try and make sure that the leftovers won't be able to heal this Archelodon, trying to make the damage stick. Shadow Sneak from the Mimikyu onto the Starmie, still hanging on strong thanks to that Reflect from the Sableye earlier. Sableye now able to go for that Rain Dance, boosting the Liquidation output from this Starmie as well, as now the Hydreigon snarls yet again. Is it enough? It's enough for a double knockout!
Huge double knockout there, taking out the Sableye, taking out the Mega Starmie, and putting Imestone up 4-2 early in this important Game 3 of the finals.
That was, without exaggeration, a very good critical hit there in that position. Archelodon being able to be switched in. Pelipper ready to switch in. It is still Rain versus Sand. Tyranitar might very well be in the back. Snarl hitting both of these targets for good damage and making sure that they are doing less damage on their own as well. So Pelipper does not have access to Wide Guard. So this Snarl is looking like a mainstay.
It does look like it's going to be in for a mainstay right now, but the Hydreigon, it is locked into Snarl, and because it's locked into Snarl, there's no Wide Guard on the Pelipper. Every time Archelodon attacks now, it is just going to get a stamina boost, but it won't be able to benefit with the Electro Shots, especially now with the Sandstorm kicking up. Here's the Snarl from Hydreigon, lowering the special attack of both these Pokemon and breaking the Focus Sash of this Pelipper.
Yeah, decent damage to say the least. Pelipper go for the weather ball, but it's now a rock type weather ball. So no longer resisted, but still not stabbed, not doing all that much. Dragon Pulse coming out. It is at -1. Hydreigon still hanging on, meaning that again, you can follow this up with a Snarl again. And one of these targets will have to attack this Hydreigon, as another turn of Sandstorm will not kick this Hydreigon out yet.
And absolutely, the Hydreigon is still around, and it's lowered the special attack power of this Archalon. Right now, if you're Imestone, you probably think that Hydreigon has done enough to lower this special attack. You could go for another special attack drop on this Archalon and maybe let your Hydreigon go down here while making sure Tyranitar knocks out the Pelipper potentially with a knockoff.
Yeah, I'm definitely seeing... I feel like this is really rough for Lyaf to come back. The Hydreigon is switching out. It is going to that Rotom. So the perfect choice is this Mimikyu was really the well adapted here. So instead of going for that speed that I suggested with the Corviknight, going for the Mimikyu, trying to maintain the burns, and a Mega Tyranitar getting a little bit more bulky. Pelipper going for that protect here is able to make sure that it wouldn't get hit by something, as the Archalon go with the Dragon Pulse onto what was that Hydreigon. Rotom taking it quite nicely as Tyranitar going for that knockoff, trying to remove the Pelipper from the field.
Moving the Rotom in place of the Hydreigon is very massive, because also the light screen just wore off. Now Hydreigon can come back in and potentially go for a neutral Draco Meteor into this Archaludon. This Archaludon is at +2 on its physical defense right now after getting hit by those snarls from Imestone's Hydreigon. But again, this Pelipper, it is in a really unfortunate position because the rain is not able to get reset up. It can only go for rock-type weather balls, which would be good into this Wash Rotom, but Wash Rotom now has access to an extremely effective Thunderbolt into this Pelipper, and almost assuredly will get the knockout. The Raw Hurricane, though, in the Sandstorm hits this Rotom. There's a 30% chance to confuse, but the Citrus Berry will activate here. There is no confusion. Thunderbolt, extremely effective. Pelipper is knocked out.
Yep, and now it is the Archaludon versus the world at -1, going for the Electro Shot, trying to get a back to neutral with this Electro Shot at the very least. But as long as that Hydreigon is in the back, as long as these Pokemon have the bulk necessary to outstall this Archaludon, because now losing its leftovers, it is no longer able to restore its health. The light screen and Reflect are wearing off, and that is a forfeit. Your winner, Imestone, with the sand bringing it home. Starmie almost getting there, getting a well-deserved silver medal. But Tyranitar, you can always bet on gold for that guy.
Oh my God, that was an incredible finals just now, Simon. What a finish to our SpearPillar tour. Tyranitar did it. It did it. It came down from the mountains. It was agitated at all of this talk that we've been doing with Mega Starmie, and it said, I'm the Mega Evolution that you have to watch out for. Not the Skull Villain, not the Starmie, me.
Yeah, that is fun to see Tyranitar still showcasing why it is a very good Pokemon to use and something to consider as well. A lot of these players have showcased like interesting picks. We've seen Mega Sharpedo, we've seen Mega Starmie, we've seen Mega Scovillain and Mega Tyranitar finally winning it all, betting it on sand in that regard. And it was an absolute pleasure seeing these matches unfold, and it was a pleasure casting with you as well, Joe. I would just want to add that.
It was an absolute blast to cast with you as well, Simon. This was so much fun to cast for SpearPillar for the first time that SpearPillar has done this. We are now going to have this going every single weekend, so I can't wait for next Saturday, because we're going to be back here doing it again. And I think it's safe to say Imestone's got to come back, because he's got to defend the title. He's got to defend the title.
Gotta defend it. Honestly, you only won the second one. What about the third one? What about the fourth one? So everyone that's watching right now, be sure to sign up for next week's SpearPillar just as well. We will be providing this tournament as well. thank you as well to the judges, to the other casters as well, and of course the back office, Sir Spook, managing it all a little bit here behind the screens as well. So, and thank you, the player, for playing these tournaments, because of course without you it would not be possible for us to host these events either.
Absolutely, Simon. Couldn't have said it better myself, man. Thank you guys so much for the support on this new journey for SpearPillar. You guys are climbing the mountain just like we were. And right now, Tyranitar stands on top of the mountain. Will it be that way next week? Find out at SpearPillar's Champions Tour number 3.